Welcome everybody to
Oh, this is a nice profile
playoffs
picture.
for Ember Blaze League here. We are currently in the lower bracket semis between TFF and GCCE Chronoshift. Last week, as a little recap, GCCE did sweep their lower bracket quarters, and TFF went 2-1 against Stun Gaming Vortex, so now they go up against each other. As we also have an upper finals between Monkeys Maui and Andromeda Esports New Horizon as we get straight into the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second and third seed kind of going up against each other right now. It's definitely going to be kind of a defining match in terms of, maybe some power rankings. They have gone against each other before, I believe. And let's see. Let's look at the group stage here. It looks like TFF won, I think.
Yes, they won. Yeah, they played week 1. It was a 2-1. So this is going to be best of 3. This
Best of
doesn't say
5.
anything. Oh, best of 5.
It's a
Okay,
best
so this
5
would
this
be best
time.
of 5.
So this will be definitely defining, and it'll be a long one, hopefully. Because I mean, taking it 2-1 means that they had to have some kind of, pretty tough matchup. So looking at those numbers, probably going to be a closer matchup, but that was also week 1. So they've been scrimming, they've been reviewing the VODs probably. So perhaps they've got something here to prove. And they've maybe made some adjustments, so maybe it won't be close at all. So we've got a Wukong and a Mel up front, and I feel like a Mel pick up front is a bold pick. And do you think that's going to be a support or mid, Banana Bread?
So in their last series, TFF did, in one of their wins, they did play Mel and Maokai. So these are two very comfortable picks for them. And
Okay.
for GCCE, I mean, for gotta go through the. Okay, here it is. For Jesus Juice, I mean, his Wukong it's really good. Like that last game he played, I think he went like 17, 4, and 11. Like he absolutely went ballistic. It was a clean sweep, so they just completely dogged on their on Monkeys Chopped after hours. So I really expect great things out of this. Like right now, like we're already seeing like the power picks. Like yesterday it was IBSG, so this is Plat Emerald, like Plat Low Emerald. So I'm gonna get some slightly higher quality games. So now you got these teams are looking to draft more like staple pro picks. So stuff like the Wukong, the Sivers, Maokai is starting to pop up a lot more often now as the jungle pool gets chopped down, and it's going to be I don't know what it's
It's a Sivir pick, yeah.
Siver and should be Gwen, I think. I'm not too sure. We'll wait on that pick, but it is going to be Siver at least. So overall, I mean, both teams they're just drafting like very staple pro compositions here. Nothing too crazy just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Maokai, Tryndamere, definitely a solid front line, but Gwyn being that kind of tank buster, TFF is going to be very careful, I think, about the mid to late game, because I feel like Mel's damage can really fall off there. So I'm looking from TFF to get a very strong ADC pick, and from GCC, maybe some kind of tank, bruiser, something to peel that Tryndamere?
Oh, it is yep, it's Tryndamere. So I mean, I stand corrected. I'm talking about crazy picks, and Tryndamere's locked in. So that could possibly get put into. I mean, TFF. I mean, they got a flexible composition. You can kind of like take a good guess where they're going, but realistically, they can kind of still go anywhere. So GCCE really need to kind of be on their toes here as Braum banned away there, pairing with that Sivir. So they're gonna start banning away kind of these strong. Um, Disengaged picks like you just mentioned.
Yeah. I mean, Maokai on the board, still could possibly be flexed into that support if they so chose. Depending on what GCC maybe picks here, but we're gonna see Emilio ban being hovered, which I kind of agree with. With Maokai and Mel CC on the board, that Melio cleanse can really help out those team fights a lot, I think. But again, from these picks from TFF, I just really want to see some kind of bruiser. It doesn't have to be like your typical bruiser, but I don't know. I mean, with the Braum ban, with the Nautilus ban, I mean, I know this isn't meta, but Pantheon support always tickles me a little bit. What do you think, Banana Bread?
Ooh, I do like Pantheon. It's kind of a weird blind. Like honestly, like you could just pick the Pantheon and then flex it around because like right now, like this TFF, they have a really flexible composition. They lock in the Ashe, so Seraphine is on the table. The question
Uh-huh.
is, will Nerd Swap take the Seraphine? Because if they don't, this team fight is absolutely crazy. Like they have so
Oh,
much,
yeah.
and yeah, Nerd Swap are going to take that away. They suggest they probably pair it with a Misfortune because that's the only like other ADC that synergizes well with it. But yeah, like you said about the Melio, like TFF, they're basically just banning away like Maokai counters. So
Yeah.
honestly, like you said, like I could see that going being a Maokai support, like Ashe Maokai against Seraphine Sivir. That's a
It's
very
very
oppressive lane.
doable. Yeah. Okay, so it's gonna be a Cinder mid. And I feel like GCC is gonna have to play relatively slow and passive in terms of team fights and positioning. Because of the Maokai and the Tryndamere, they can really just run down whoever they would like and like peel whoever they like if it's Maokai. So I think they have to be a little bit careful, but they also have a lot of poke in their favor with the Seraphine and the Syndra and the Wukong dive. So there are different ways to structure it. And a Rakan is coming out. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Um,
Uh,
so
that's
their only
interesting.
source of damage is Ashe and Mel and a little bit of Tryndamere.
I mean TFF, like their comp's not too bad. The only
No, I
problem
don't hate it.
is like Nerd Swap just don't have tanks. So it's like if
Yeah.
anybody gets picked, it's like real rough. TFF have
Uh-huh.
really good pick.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
And
I
I think
mean,
the Tryndamere can deny a lot in those team fights as well.
yeah, like
In
you think
terms
you're
of that
gonna,
passive.
pop that Tryndamere? Nope. You press his
Yep.
R, through stuns, silences, all that mumbo jumbo, and you're just chilling.
Yeah.
So kind of
I'm
starting to
excited
get
to
blinded by Gwen
see
top.
I'm excited to see this mage matchup in the mid lane. People would call it boring. People have been talking a lot on Twitter about how the mid lane kind of meta has very much shifted, just favoring towards mages recently. So I feel like Mel Syndra is a kind of even skill check, but then again, people say that Mel is a little bit stronger um than Syndra, but I think that they're both mages, so it's all about, just hitting your skill shots and dodging theirs.
Yeah, you can dodge a Cinder Sphere, you can dodge a ball. Like,
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, it's just a skill check, just depending
Yeah.
on whoever does it, because like it's really hard to kind of pin him down. Like Mel is a little hard because like she has the rebuttal. Syndra, she really needs to hit that because like Syndra, stun is super really choreographed. But I mean,
Yeah.
looking at these comps, like I don't know, like who you would possibly give the favor to.
Yeah, for sure. So we will be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Don't change that browser. This is going to be a very fun matchup to watch. And it's only the first map. So see you guys after this short little break for the spectator delay.
Welcome back, everybody, as we load onto the Rift for Ember Blaze League lower bracket semifinals between GCCE Chronoshift and TFF. It's going to be Taste in the top lane, Jesus Juice 13 in the jungle, Frost in the mid lane, Kawhi Adam ADC, and WL Perfect Timer in the support role for GCCE. As a caveat, Perfect Timer, it will be a sub support that they will be pulling in for them. And then TFF, you got Chai top lane. He will be the sub top laner. Singular Bread in the jungle. Cyclone mid. Chrome Alone ADC. And Adam in the support role. Looking overall, I mean, nothing too crazy here in the Summoners. Actually, it is Ignite Flash for Tryndamere with Hail of Blades and Taste with
Piece of blood?
what is that? Exhaust Flash.
Oh.
So
well, that's a new one. We were observing that they do like to take that Flash Ignite, and now Flash Ghost. No, Ghost
Ignite Ghost.
Yeah.
Ignite
So
Ghost
this one's Exhaust. So that one's a little bit new. But Gwen is a relatively mobile champion, so
yeah, it's kind of like you kind of like look at the you kind of know how Tryndamere players play. You know, they're gonna
yeah.
constantly run it at you, dash in. Adam taking a lot of extra poke he doesn't want, so already having to pop one of the pots there. Top lane, Taste already popping both the pots, so the Ghost not quite, or the Ignite not, or the Exhaust not quite being put into play yet, but it is a little bit of a roughy time there in the top lane. As mid lane Frost already blowing both his pots too.
Yeah, fat top lane jungle from Chai. And I mean, the skill check, one would say, in the mid. Oh, Flash Root coming in. Oh!
Flash, he's gonna get hit with everything, but nice scatter the weak, gonna get hit with the sapling, but he'll get taken down to below half HP, or less than 100 HP, and he just barely gets out there. So flash for flash trade there, that's something that Singular Bread will always like to have.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worth. Both mid laners have that TP available. Frost's gonna be blowing it first though, so I think Cyclone has a little bit more lane control right now. Bot lane just trading, got their health up a little bit. I don't know about you, but I'm excited for these team fights. If Mel hits the perfect W, during the Seraphine ult animation, that would be cinema. I think that would be beautiful. But we're still in the laning phase. I'm making up stories in my head a little bit too soon. But yeah, Taste's getting that level 4 before Chai though.
Yeah, I mean, we're always talking about ideal world, but I mean, who knows? We'll see what happens there, because like with the rebuttal, I mean, you have to either stop yourself from getting picked off or hold it for the team fight. So it's really kind of like that spell discipline that you always want to keep to make sure that you're not really compromising your entire team there, you know, because that rebuttal is so strong, especially against champions that have like these long range engage ultimates. As once again, Singular Bread roaming mid here, he's not going to get in range of that twisted advance, so Frost is just going to be able to walk on out there using the scatter of the weak. Overall, I mean, looking across the board, leads are pretty much negligible. Like nothing is really super decisive. Taste did get that first reset off, does have the boots and the dark seal, so it does have a slight stat advantage in that lane there. But otherwise, I mean, it's nothing crazy. Both junglers just split the map. They got a scuttle piece. It's pretty much just dead even in this game, really. So nothing too crazy happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of having, I would say, a little bit slower of a start here. Bot lane not getting an early pick on the level 3 or 4 advantage there. No first blood quite yet, but I'm sure as it kind of lingers, it'll be a little bit more explosive the longer we go without a first blood here. It's nice stun from Frost, but I mean, it's again just trading these abilities, the damage there, as well as watching their man in that mid lane. Could be a silent killer.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of getting those Splinters of Wrath, just kind of stacking it up here. It's pretty much dead even. The only real lead is in the bot lane, top lane. Taste does pick up that level 6 there, flashing away from that last chunk of the needlework. So for already, Summoner blown in the top lane does lose out on that. Only got a Sheen on the recall. So we were talking about it. He went for that? He's going for the Essence Reaver IE build, as we talked about. So it's
Yeah.
kind of going for like that, quick little burst, pop the Halo Blades, and just dip on out there.
Yeah, and we're seeing a nice little hover from Jesus Juice here, just to ensure the safety as they both back. I like that. I like that. I mean, I can't help but think, after that ult is popped, I feel like Tryndamere might have the upper hand in this next trades that we see.
Yeah, I mean, Taste still has that exhaust. Hasn't really blown Summoners. Kind of got beat up a little bit in those early, like the first 3 minutes there. But I mean, a game this slow, GCCE really like this tempo. Like they kind of just want to slow the game down a bit, and like they have a good scaling team here, and like they're all their lanes are just really good at nullifying anything that TFF really want to try.
Yeah. Oh.
There's a nice little chunk there, just landing that solar snare. But first straight claimed here by TFF, getting that bot lane priority, but gold lead starting to kind of accrue a little bit across the top and bot lane here for GCCE. About 500, so nothing too crazy, but that the silent killer of objective gold, or the objective stats. You never know. As Singular Bread, he's looking for a bit of a cheeky invade here, but he's gonna figure out Jesus Juice is coming for him, so he's just gonna kind of back on out there. But Jungler is pretty much dead even, but there goes the Maokai ultimate. Nature's Wrath going mid. He's gonna get stunned up, rooted now, and he's gonna get hit with all the CC. Here comes the Mel, and that's gonna be first blood going over to Cyclone in the mid lane.
Wow, I mean, that kind of pivot from, invading to ganking the mid lane, I really liked that call. And I think it showed some discipline. Instead of playing for yourself, you played for your team there.
I mean, he's doing a really good job kind of just going mid lane constantly, just punishing the immobile Syndra. That's the only bad thing about playing Syndra. You just can't really do too much once they go on you. So, gets that first blood over to Cyclone, pushes in that wave, denies a little bit of CS, but now Goldie kind of evening out now across those lane leads here for TFF. They got first blood, they got the first Drake, and I think that might have been a little bit of a fat finger. Oh wait, no, Sage was. I didn't even see that on the map, as he is proxying there. Pops the W, he's gonna go in, pops needlework, he's going all in here, does have the exhaust and a flash away, but the ignite and the Searing Brilliance will just be enough there, as Cyclone picks up another kill for himself, loses a play in the mid lane, but picks up an extra kill there.
I mean, I think that's a decent trade for Frost, who got ganked, had to deal with, being a little bit down in terms of CS, or like money, I guess. But being able to kind of push the wave a little bit, get that plate was nice. But again, Mel getting 2 kills doesn't really give you any evening out of that deficit in terms of Frost versus Cyclone in this mid lane matchup right now. Singular Bread just kind of having some great map presence, like everywhere. I don't know.
Yeah, he's like always in the right place at the right time. Jesus Juice, I mean, he popped off on his last Wukong game right now. I mean, he hasn't really gotten anything done, just kind of just farming it up. But
yeah,
gonna see once these big team fights start rolling out there. Dust Dawn being built up by that Gwen there, accrued herself a pretty sizable lead. So Chai kind of getting lower and lower down the totem pole there, as he kind of starts getting that deficit. As once again, I mean, Adam, I don't know why you keep trying to do that. You can't really go on the Sivir, he has that spell shield pretty much on lock.
Yeah.
As, next Drake spawning in about 2 minutes here. All 3 groves were claimed by the side of GCCE, so they are going to really like that. That Gwen's going to have a great time in the side lane. Jesus Juice looking for a possible play bot lane here, so could look to engage with that encore top lane. Taste once again going to get taken down here, getting slowed by the sapling kill, getting donated over to Chai. So that's going to be a nice little pick up there. So now the gold lead is going to start slowly getting put into TFF's favor as they start making all these plays across the map.
Yeah, and I mean, oh,
Oh,
twisted
hold that thought
advance.
as Nature's Grasp going through. It's going to go a little bit wide there, but the Solar Snare just hits right on the edge, does get that slow, does have the Blast Cone, but that's a two-man scatter of the week, so he should just be able to walk out. He's going to get pincered here in the Drake Pit. He'll get taken down, and Cyclone claiming this third
Oof.
kill of the game here.
Rough game for Frost for sure. But I mean Cinder scales, so it's not over for her at all. And I mean I think Adam, once they get that first item, Zeke's Convergence, I believe is what they're building. I think that they'll be able to interact a little bit more in this bot lane, but by the time that's built, it's gonna be a little bit more kind of Roman team fight time anyways.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane is just kind of, they're kind of just
Stasis.
farming. Like, it's pretty much
Yeah.
even. Kawhi Adam does have that cull, so we'll be up a good chunk of gold once that is complete. And Frost, yeah, I mean, he's going to scale. He has a 0 vision score. He hasn't dropped a single ward, by the way. So, I mean, all these ganks, it's kind of like, you kind of ask it for it if you're not looking to place some vision down. So it's a little rough there. Surprise, nobody on his team has reminded him of the fact yet that he has 2 wards in his back pocket. Cyclone is up 1k gold on his lane opponent, but everybody else is down just a little bit. Nothing too crazy there, as Drake will get started up by TFF there. Perfect timer. Has to be a little bit careful. Flashing away there. Gonna get knocked up with the grand entrance. All the CC lane on top of that Seraphine. Singular Bread will pick up that one. And that's going to be Drake claimed in the bot lane for free. Top lane was a bit of a 1v1. But Chai is able to just pretty much just walk out the needlework. And that's going to be the second Drake claim for TFF. And they are in a really nice spot here.
Yeah, I mean, Seraphine just ate all of that CC. In the top lane, we just saw that Dusk and Dawn come online for Taste, so a little bit more damage for her there, which will be nice, especially because she's been chunking out this Tryndamere, but now with Dusk and Dawn online, she's going to be doing a lot more damage here. Let's see. That's a good chunk.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really dodging the Q. I mean, he kind of just stands there menacingly and just takes it. So he dodges that one. He's not really winning out on these trades at all anymore. So it's a little bit rough.
He's gonna start learning.
That ultimate does have the ignite, so could look for this solo bolo there. Taste doesn't have that flash, and he will get the solo kill, popping that undying rage there, and 2-0-1 there. Finished his top lane quest. And he's just gonna pick himself a little bit of extra money there, get them the plates. So
I mean, that's just Tryndamere gaming for you.
Yeah, it's just Tryndamere in a nutshell, you know, like kind of a bit of a caster curse, you know. Like we say, like, oh, he's just getting completely dogged, and it just goes in, crits like
Pops
3 times in a row.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
So, I mean, it's 1.2k gold lead for TFF here. I mean, 2 Drakes. They got 5 plates total so far. Most of it being accrued in that top side. So Tryndamere will probably be getting that first tower soon here, as Essence Reaver completed for Chai and the top lane quest. So he is really chilling in the top side so far. It's 3-3 in completed quests so far here for both teams. But right now, I mean, the game's kind of just a little slow. I mean, GCCE hasn't really done anything this game. Kind of just farming it up the whole time, you know, 0-0-0 in the jungle ADC role, so nothing really happening there.
Yeah, I mean, with a slow start like this, I feel like TFF can have some time to maybe grow, but at the same time, Frost will also be scaling at the same time.
That's a lot of damage. Mid lane, twisted advance going forward. Just unfortunately, Jesus not blocking that. Top lane once again, almost getting another solo kill, and goes in with the E and picks up another one. 2-0 so far in that solo lane, and both the solo laners at TFF are absolutely balling out this game, with Singular Bread making a nice little feature.
Yeah, you know, I feel like Gwyn is the tank buster, but I think Tryndamere is that one that you just really can't bust. in terms of Gwen, just because as we were talking about before, her damage scales with HP, right? And that's not what Tryndamere's building at all. Um, and I think
Uh,
that this build is really much just like cheese, like
oh,
the
yeah.
entire
Talking
gimmick.
about
Oh,
on the topic of cheese here is Frost is going to get his day spoiled
yeah,
as
just
dropping
CC
to
after
0-3,
CC.
3v1, unfortunately. So Gold
Is
Lead
it
going up to
called strong
1.4k.
siding if you're not on a side lane?
Uh, hey, it's just topside strong, ape together strong. Yeah, Trindamere and Mel just completely balling out there. Both of them have about 2.5k gold lead.
Hmm.
It's like 2.3, pretty much for their team here. So they hold all the gold. Top lane, once again, I mean, Taste is just going to get completely blasted. Does have that Undying Rage, so goes in once again there, as he does have that Undying Rage. Going to get slowed up, Needlework
Oh,
coming through,
my.
but he will pick up that kill. Going to heal up with the Q, and he's just going to start killing the wave. And yeah, I mean, the solo lanes of GCCE are slowly, kind of just bleeding away the game here for GCCE.
Is this like the real skill check here? Instead of having the real, genuine, honest laners that you see, like maybe Ornn, you're gonna have to deal with the cheese matchups like Tryndamere or like a Singed that you're not quite ready for when you're playing organized play. Maybe that's the true skill matchup or skill check for these players.
Yeah, like the skill check is the ones in your heart, as the
It's the
CC
first
doesn't
stream we
quite
made along
land
the way.
on Adam there, but I mean, it's 3k gold just purely between Tryndamere and Mel.
Yeah.
It's a little roughy. I mean, they just haven't like I'm still waiting to see if Jesus Juice will kind of make a play here with the Wukong. Hasn't really been present on the map, just kind of farming it up. He's up like what is
I
that
mean,
like
this
maybe
Sivir
like
has been
six
farming it up
camp.
as well, though. So, I mean, in terms of scaling, Sivir could do some work
Jesus
in
just
these
is
team
hiding in
fights.
that pixel bush. So kind of looking to surprise whoever face checks it. Gonna get spotted on the scanner. Lots of damage there with the Triforce proc. But Drake is started up here by Singular Bread. Does have all the ultimates. Teleport in by the Gwen here. It's gonna be a full-on team fight. Perfect timer. Gonna get hit with
Oh,
everything there. There goes the Solar Eclipse. Golden Eclipse. Not quite gonna pick up that one. But that's perfect timer down real low, but that's going to be the rest of TFF getting off the Drake there. That's going to be a three-man
my days!
entrance into the back line. Wukong is going in with the Cyclone, but he is just going to have to beeline on out there. Needlework is used to peel the rest of the team. Grand Ranger's not going to land onto anybody, and that's 5 members strong for both sides in the Drake claim by Chronoshift.
That was a crazy turn by TFF, and I saw the vision there, and, I don't mind them giving up that drag.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I'm kind of surprised they backed off of it because
Uh-huh.
TFF, they had a pretty decent pinch there, so I'm surprised they didn't really just force the fight with their strong solo lanes. So they didn't really need to give it, but that stalls the game a bit for Chronoshift. They buy themselves 5 more minutes before Soul. So now gold lead is still 2k for TFF. The gold lead is still pretty much the same, 3k between Tryndamere and Mel. Like nothing too crazy is happening, but very nice peel there for GCCE as they get on out. Now dodge, don't lose anybody, get the Drake. Now Sivir is up 1.3k gold. I mean, she's just been pretty much farming a storm, like up
Uh-huh.
almost like 35 CS against the Ashe. Has about to build that IE, and she's gonna really turn into Thanos, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was saying. I think the Sivir has the opportunity to scale here, and with the CC from the Cinder, the Wukong, and the Seraphim, they have a lot of disengage to deny, the CC lock from TFF, all-inning these team fights. I think they have an agency to deny when they use those cooldowns, and then maybe re-engage in that way, perhaps. But we'll definitely just have to see the story itself kind of unwind because we just have some strong split pushers as well. Not talking about team fights, just Gwen and Tryndamere are gonna be an interesting in terms of split pushing. Interesting matchup there.
Yep, big purple worm spawning up here. 20 minutes. We are officially transitioning into that mid game as the Encore used bot lane. Flash away, Cyclone does. So, gonna back on out there. So that means a cross map play for TFF. They're gonna look for this Gwen.
Oh
Dodges out on the Enchanted Crystal
no!
Air, but it's gonna be a 4v1 here. Let's see, bot lane. Cyclone picks up a kill there. Grand Entrance is used, or the quickness is used in the top lane, so they'll claim that top lane tier 2. Mel gets a return kill in the bot lane in the 2v1, and I mean, GCCE, I mean, they're kind of just falling deeper and deeper here. They haven't really gotten any team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think that TFF is also just playing the map perfectly, calling to, force this top turret. I really like that. And I mean, they're just playing very organized, which is really great to see from a team.
Yeah, it's great to see. Like, you have a team that's always on the same page. I mean, they have they have a sub top laner, but I mean, top lane is per usual is just an island, kind of just doing his own thing. But he's kind of just falling really well into his team's dynamic here. You know, pushing this tempo on the Tryndamere constantly, accruing mostly leads for himself because I think he only got like maybe one gank, and then after that it was just kind of the Chai show in the top lane as a 2.4k gold lead for TFF here. They got 17 total plates. Drake spotting in a minute 20. It is going to be an Infernal Soul. They'll spot where Wukong and Seraphine are, so they know this bot side is not warded up. As Scattered to Weak does not land onto Chai here, just kind of just running past him. Level 15, level 14 for the Gwen, and level 13 for the Syndra. So really, how are you going to get to this as Frost? Yeah, buddy, you're dead. I mean, he's going to instantly clear the way. Chai does have that Undying Rage, so could just straight up look for it. As the Solar Stand doesn't quite land, gonna have to force Frost to teleport on out there. As Taste picks up the first turret of the game here for GCCE. Jesus Juice coming bot lane to reinforce his mid laner here. As they really don't want to have this bot lane tier 1 falls, because once that bot lane tier 1 falls, you lose a lot of pressure around the Drake here. Drake spawning in 30 seconds, full prio for TFF, and I don't really see a way that GCCE can really come into this fight here next. As he's dead. That's a picture perfect arrow. Adam doesn't hit the Grand Entrance once again here. Perfect is going to get hit with the Nature's Grasp, unfortunately. Singular Bread picking up that kill. I don't think Kawhi Adam had the spell shield, as Jesus Juice going in there with the Cyclone, knocking up 3. It's a little bit desynced there as a Scatter the Weak onto the backside. Adam, he's going to get taken down there. Unleashed Power. Jesus Juice picking up that one as the Golden Eclipse will pick up a kill. That was a ton of damage as Chai is going to have to run away there. Frost getting slowed up a little bit with the Roar from Tryndamere, and the Drake will get started up. It's going to be a 1-for-1 pick. No supports from either side, but TFF, they're going to get the full damage onto this Drake, and Jesus Juice isn't even going to try to contest it. Picks up his first kill of the game and gives away the 4th Drake of the game, as the gold lead pretty much stays dead even.
Yeah, I mean, I would have preferred not that, hasty fight in the mid lane there. I was hoping for that Wukong ult to be invested to maybe steal a drag. Because I feel like that would have evened their chances of obtaining it, personally. But nonetheless, it's good to be on the board if you are Jesus Juice there, getting yourself, in the game. We'll see, though. Tryndamere just doing the Tryndamere things. And I mean, Mel has been doing some really, really fat damage as well.
Absolutely. I mean, TFF, we talked about it like in the draft. Like, they have a really good pick composition, and they're making great use of it. They're getting constant picks and having GCCE play in a numbers deficit. So, and little did you know, you can actually Mikhail's yourself from like hard stuns if you time it well enough. So it's like I'm talking like picture perfect. Like, you have to immediately Mikhail's yourself the moment it hits. Like, it sounds like super crazy to say, but like you have to be like picture perfect. Like, I've done it a couple times, but it's pretty hard to do consistently. Like, it's got to be like right on that timer there. As I mean, we've seen that both the Chai. I mean, we talked about it. Like top lane, like to split. Top lane will
Yeah.
split. Cyclone. The rebuttal is gone, so that's a pretty hefty cooldown there. Currently 20 seconds, so could look for a bit of a timer. But 4 members strong here for both teams in the top side, trying to get a little prio around this Baron. So that nice little ward there for GCCE to on that river entrance, but Chai
Oh,
not
Frost.
really able to gap close.
Frost
I
is
mean,
scaring me here. Playing with fire, I would say. Oh.
yeah, Solar Snare lands on the perfect timer. He will get hit with the slow, but
Oh,
that
the
is where
W!
the rebuttal comes through. Cyclone will pick up one, and we talked about it. That rebuttal timer will be everything that they wait for, as they do still have the Golden Eclipse and the Nature's Grasp to continue anything that they want to. So with that pick on the Seraphine, are they good to start up this Baron? Pings coming through, and they're going to start this Baron up here. It's going to be a 4v5 without their support for GCCE. And it doesn't look like... Oh, no, Jesus. He's trying to look for it. He wants it. And immediately, TFF, they're starting to back off a little bit. They really want to zone out this Wukong. They don't want to risk any play for a steal there. Grand Entrance going to be dodged with the clone. As lots of damage coming through. Ty is pumping out a lot of crits as... Teleport coming in by Frost, not going to be able to claim anything, and that's going to be the Baron pretty much claimed without any counterplay. As 5 members for GCCE, but they have no engage left. They can't really continue this play, and big purple worm buff for TFF as they start ballooning up their gold lead now.
Yeah, it's just been a snowball banana bread, and it's looking like a really rough game for GCCE to come back from, but it's not impossible. It's definitely not the worst I've seen. And I mean, just look at the Sivir, look at her gold lead, and just if the team can get a good position, I think that they can chunk out some good damage. But then again, Trendemir just being able to run down the ADC, run down anybody he wants, as well as the amount of CC lock they have online. I don't think Sivir will really get the agency to just sit back and auto.
And yeah, I mean, we talked about they have GC, they have a good scaling comp, but the picks are always coming through at the right time for TFF. And like, I really don't see, it's so hard to see an avenue of approach here for GCCE. They really need to get a team fight, but they're constantly just getting picked off one way or another. Is Chai, he does not care. He might get picked off now. 3 members strong for GCE. They really want to get that Trendemir. Twisted advance forward, but nice little spell shield, but not going to block the Enchanted Crystal top lane. That's a flash over by Jesus Juice, and is he going to get it? No, it's not. Going to be Gwen picking up that one, but it is a trade. 1-for-1 so far, ADC for top laner, but they're going to break open the base here at 28 minutes. Singular Beef going to have to flash over the wall. Does not want to get hit with that Unleashed Power. So GCCE going to annihilate that side lane threat here, but their base is in shambles. Like, they lost 2 tier 2 towers on that play. They only have 1 left in the bot lane, and that mid lane tower, pretty much a stiff freeze will knock it down. Is full. That was half his HP gone.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see so many towers down with a split pusher on the enemy team, because that means a lot of pressure points that you have to answer or give up. And that's like some really hard macro plays to decide, and this, you know, sole point right now. They have to fight for this, and I mean, TFF knows this. That TP is insane. Oh my!
He's teleporting right into the wolf's den, but that's going to be TFF.
Wait, that was an
completely backing off there.
Wait, they just backed off.
Sivir is not there for the fight. She's in a bit of a precarious position. They have they have the fast track on the Sivir, so they're gonna Trendemir gonna go zone her off. But that's quickness into the back line there, flash away by Frost. But the twisted advance only landing onto 1. That's gonna be an error on top of the Wukong. Then goes the encore onto 2 members as the Golden Eclipse claims 2 members of GCCE off the mark here, as Sivir popping the ultimate, trying to kite out as much as she can, as she will get knocked up with the Grand Entrance. She's getting slowed down, exhaust onto Adam, but everybody's going in deep. Singular Bread is by himself in the front line. He's almost going to get taken down, but going inside Gwen's W, it's going to be an unofficial quadra kill there for Cyclone, as 4 members down there. TFF, they still have, they don't have the Baron anymore, but they're going to claim the last outer turret that GCCE have.
I mean, wow, just a tragic kind of story of a late Sivir. You know, your main source of scaling and damage there, other than, you know, the Syndra being online. I mean, so sad. And the Seraphine ult was picture perfect as well.
Yeah, it's like, I don't see how they can really play this. Like, is it a comp diff? Is it a player diff? Is it, you
Mhm.
know? Because they don't, like, they can't engage with the Seraphine ult because the rebuttal is up. So, like, they have no way to get in the fight, and they don't have super great peel because, like, as we just saw, they just got completely ran down there by the Maokai, Rakan, and Ashe combination. So, I
Uh-huh.
mean, gold lead is about 6.4k, 6.5k. They claim the Infernal Soul. That's something that Mel and Ashe are really going to like. Plus also the Maokai, because you know Red Smite plus Leandries is going to hurt a lot. So TFF, I mean, the game. It's not quite as much of a stomp as they would want. The game's going pretty long here, 31 minutes, 18-3. But
Yeah.
um, it's TFF's victory here for game one, as we have a bit of a little pause there. Nope, there we go. We are back. And teams here, but
Yeah, so going into this next few fights, I mean, I want to have hope. I want to root for these underdogs, but um I really can't see an avenue in which, you know, TFF fumbles this badly to the point where they they become even. I mean, 18-3, looking at this gold lead of 7,000, I mean, they would have to make some major mistakes here. Not a single death from Chrome. It's really just a perfect game. From, you know, the mid laner as well as the bot laner. And I mean, with they fed Trendemir as a front line, it's gonna do a lot, especially with a team like GCC that doesn't really have much front line. They have some peel, they have some engage, but I don't think they can really match a fed Trendemir.
yeah, I mean, Tryndamere goes where he pleases. Chai is, I mean, he's pretty much even in CS, but 3 full items plus a Last Whisper. He's hitting like a truck. As Baron will get started up for TFF, and GCCE, they have the mid lane track, so they have Prio in the mid lane. They're going to start walking in finally, but Adam is hiding in the banana bush, looking to possibly get that, and that's going to be Cyclone claiming that one. He goes, Cyclone is going to be, or Jesus Juice popping the Cyclone in the back lane, but is not be able to claim the namesake himself, as Chai has a bit of a flank. He's going to start dashing on in there, getting the slow, flash away by Frost. Grand entrance will get canceled out, but the encore won't even go down there. Cyclone is going to go legendary, 13-0-2. Purple Worm buff on all 5 members of TFF. They are going to start running into the base here. They have a bit of a wave in the bot lane, wave coming also in the mid lane, so they're going to try to end this game. Safaros is going to have to clear out these waves there, but using his abilities, he doesn't even care. You know, he kind of just sees the end of the game as he gets taken out there by the Rakan, picking up his first kill of the game. And it's going to be an 11k Goldie, 34 minutes here, 23-3. TFF pick up game 1.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect game from Cyclone and Chrome, just kind of being the testament to what was a very perfect game overall from TFF.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what to say. Like, the game just looked like from minute like 3 after that first gank from Singular, like he kind of just dictated the tempo of the entire game. Like this game,
Yeah,
Jesus Juiced was just completely like invisible. They couldn't really do anything. The
yeah.
comp really wasn't made for, you know, being very proactive. So it's a little bit of a roughie there.
Yeah, I mean, they were just on top of it, and I can't help but theorize if maybe they had a better front line. They could have made something happen in these team fights for the Sivir. Because I feel like this, I mean, also, Sivir was just late in that one of the last team fights. And that definitely just kind of put a pin in everything. But I mean, Chrome having a perfect game wasn't, a testament to his skill, but the skill of his team and being able to just sit back and just deal damage because everybody else was dealing 5 times more and pushing people away to zone them out. But I mean, in terms of bot lane performance, relatively, even for most of the game. So I feel like in a different world. But poor Frost. Oh, Frost. That was just a tragic, tragic game for Frost as well. Getting ganked multiple times in those early minutes, and dying multiple times in those early minutes. It just put them in a deficit and just on the back foot for mid lane, and that kind of affected, I think, the jungle prio as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a game like this. I mean, it's like such a complete like turnaround. Like Jesus Juice, you know, last series 17 and like 3 or something, like absolutely went ballistic, and then this game couldn't really get what he wanted on one of his best champions too. So that's a real roughie, like for player of the game. I mean, like like a bit of a hot take. I think Singular Bread actually takes it. Like facilitating that early game so well for the rest of his team and just making all the calls, getting all starting out all these picks. Singular Bread really balled out this game. I mean, 7-3, 114, 17 KP out of 23. That's like about 80%. So really just kind of pushing the tempo across the entire map here and kind of locking out GCCE. But right now, we're going to be taking a quick little break as we start getting into game two. We'll see if GCCE Chrono Break can make a comeback or if this will be a clean sweep here for TFF. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, as we get straight into draft for TFF and GCCE CS Nerd, well, GCCE Chronoshift Game 2 here, as it's going to be an instant smolder first pick here for TFF, as GCCE did opt for blue or red side this time around. And looking at the bands, looks about to be the same. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
they're pretty much the same exact bands from last game.
I mean, Smolder gonna be an interesting pick, but I don't hate it. I mean, I feel like the bot lane was kind of nothing burger next time, but Smolder, one of those characters that's not exactly weak early game, but it's definitely one of those strong scalers for TFF. So, and in a lot of these champ selects, we see a Smolder or a Jinx ban just because they're really strong scalers that you don't want to see if you're going to late game.
And yeah, absolutely. I mean, Smolder is like one of those picks is like you can kind of just pick it just because you can't really punish it very well. So kind of
Mm-hmm.
just do whatever you want. And for TFF, like they really don't mind that. Last game, what we saw, like their bot lane kind of just nothing really happened, and they kind of just hand shook and just farmed up. And they're gonna pretty much do the exact same thing. They're gonna lock in Smolder Braum, and they're just not gonna do anything in that lane. Aphelios gonna scale up. So a game like this, I mean, both teams shouldn't really be doing anything, but it's going to be a little rough because you don't want to let that smolder. You're going to be a bit on a timer. You don't want to let that smolder power farm here. So curious to see what TFF will lock in for this B3 pick here because last game they blinded Tryndamere top and said
Mm-hmm.
there's going to be a little more stable. They're going to lock in that Jin Zhao with the B3.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like Braum just because a lot of times in these comps, you'll see a lot of CC heavy comps, and I think Braum can mitigate a lot of that off of the team, lessen some of that pressure of that CC in those team fights, which I really like personally. Although Leona, I think, I think Feast or Famine in the bot lane. Her CC can be good, but it's also just easily punishable. So we'll see. Jack's top gonna be blind picked, I believe, or it could be Jack's jungle. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Let's see this is for taste. So let's see what this feller plays here. And wait, what the hell?
What?
He is Diamond 4, so could possibly be Jack's top, but as we know, it can be flexed around a bit. So could be Jack's jungle, who we know. But I've seen like the popular build I've seen a lot of is you're going a lot of um, Dust Dawn into AP. But with the Yone ban, I don't really think that's going to be Jack's top here. So as Jax is a counter to Yone. So it looks like it is going to be Jack's jungle, like you said here. So both teams, I mean, just being a little bit staple, they're gonna lock in those bot side picks plus the jungler. All right, now I mean, for GCCE, I mean, after that last game, how Frost was going, I'm,
Mhm.
I expect to see a mid lane pick in this R4 slot just because, it's like a little harder to counter mid lane. So I expect to see kind of like a little bit of a safe pick looking at what Frost plays.
Mhm.
Plays a lot of mages.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean,
yeah.
an Anivia ban probably targeted towards Frost, and I think it's funny that the name is Frost, and apparently they like to play Anivia. Kind of fitting, but nonetheless, I digress. Um, I mean, with these comps, I'm really liking because I think they're somewhat similar, but the Aphelios, I think having a little bit more agency in terms of fighting early mid game. But the Swain mid, I assume.
Well, talking about safety, that is very interesting. I haven't seen Swade in like a long time.
Really?
So
I
like
played it a lot.
I don't see it like any of my solo queue games like ever. So let's see where this might be going here. I kind of suspect it'll go more mid,
Yeah,
but
I mean, Swain mid here, pretty, I think a safe pick. He can scale. And depending on how you build him, because there's different, build paths, he can be pretty tanky. Do a lot of healing perhaps, or he can just do a fat bit of damage and like fat multi-target damage as well. Alawi gonna be the top lane pick, which is, I think, pretty scary. I think that's really intimidating in terms of team fight for GCCE.
Yeah, I mean TFF they have a great like I think they have a really great composition. Like you have Alawi, which thrives in the fray. Like you have these champions that are just constantly going in. Leona, Jack, Swain, Aatrox. They really want to be in the fray, and then Alawi thrives in that chaos. So Alawi, I think, is a great pick here. Silas, he has like two really good ults to steal in the Swain and the Leona. Maybe for Aphelios because I don't remember the interaction because I think whenever Silas steals Aphelios ult, he steals whatever gun's ult that he's on. So if he steals Infernum ult, he has Infernum ult. If he steals the Severum ult, he has Severum. I think that's how it works, but I'm
Mhm.
not too sure about that interaction. But I mean, for TFF, like they kind of went a little off the rails here. They lock in Silas Alawi. And GCCE, they have a good team fight scaling composition here.
Mhm.
So, but they have a little bit more agency in that early game, so might look to make some more proactive plays here. So we're gonna see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm hoping for I feel bad, Frost. I'm hoping for a better kind of matchup. On the Swain, I think Swain can play pretty comfortably against a Silas. Silas doesn't really gain much from a Swain ult, although that lifesteal can be, or the drain can be nice for Silas. It's definitely not one of the stronger ults to steal in the 1v1 mid lane.
Like, because I'm curious to see how um Cyclone was gonna build the Silas. Is he just gonna go like full AP, like just pop somebody? So you go the Proto Belt
Mhm.
into the rest of the just straight AP items, or is he gonna kind of go that tankier build, with the Rod of Ages and everything else like Riftmaker and stuff like that? A
I
game
don't
like
think he
this, I
needs to be
probably
tanky.
think. Yeah, I think he needs to kind of build a little bit of damage since he's the sole AP. But I mean, we'll see how it goes. But like looking at the comps, like I really like TFF's comp. Like especially with how they were playing last game, you have a strong skirmishing jungler, you have strong setup in your pretty much all your lanes. So I really like TFF's comp. I really think that they probably take the cake this game. GCCE, I mean, curious to see what kind of plans they've been cooking up there in that
Mhm.
short little break that they had to kind of
I
reel
think the
this series
jungler
back.
just needs to be a little bit more active in this early game, making some more plays, maybe snagging a dragon. Doesn't have to be the first one, doesn't have to be early game, but I mean, just a little bit more presence, I think.
Yeah, I think like if he goes like lethal tempo and like goes like the AP build, like I think he'll be kind of chilling, looking for those fights a bit. Because like Xin Zhao is like the reason you pick Xin Zhao is like he's just a really good skirmisher and he's really hard to kill later on. Once he gets Sundered Sky, pops the ultimate, it's really hard to kill. But you have four champions that are going to be in your face that do a pretty sizable amount of damage. So game like this, it's kind of like you know, again once again it's kind of just a team diff. Like who's gonna pick it up in the end? Because like you said, like I want to see um I forgot his name. Yeah, I want to see Jesus Juice be a little more proactive on this map here, trying to make some sort of plays happen. But looking at the lanes, it's really hard to make that happen once again here. So because there's a lot of good disengage and there's a lot of good lanes that can really turn it around easily if you don't play it correctly.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna cut to a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere, guys. It's gonna be so short you won't even miss us. For this second map, not gonna be the decider of the match quite yet. It's gonna be a BO5, but TFF in the lead right now. Don't go anywhere, guys. Just be right back.
Welcome everybody to game 2 between TFF and GCCE Chronoshift. TFF are on the blue side here, both same players and same teams here, looking at the summoner spells and rune choices, nothing too crazy. Instead, Cyclone going for that ignite mid there, so looking to partake of some kills early. Same thing with Tace, he got that ignite, so going to push that tempo early game also.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this bot lane. I think that it's in GCC's best interest to, in the early game, in these for early, as I'm saying that, they need to be fighting, and they're gonna get some early damage, but Kwai
Adam,
gonna have to force that barrier. Oh
yeah, already using the barrier,
hey.
so that's a really crucial spell. Like
No,
this is not a lane that you should be losing, like at all. So already
No.
using that pot, so that's really, really rough. He doesn't have inspiration secondary. Top lane Chai, he has the 2 tentacles, so he's just gonna get a lot of slam damage down, but Tace just a little bit winning on that side of the trade there with the Doran's blade. So overall, he's using that ignite top lane.
My.
Once again, Chai, he's gonna get taken down 4-2, and Tace gets a little bit of revenge there, picks up the solo kill, level 1.
Yeah, I mean, signs of life from GCC. They're still in it here. As I was saying, I mean, I want this bot lane to be, in this early game winning, getting picks here, getting some nice fights. Frost here getting some nice damage off, but it's Cyclone on the Sylas, and Sylas just punishes the usage of that root. Some good peel from Perfect Timer here. Chrome taking a lot of damage, but I mean, in terms of trades, I mean, relatively even for the ADCs, but Chrome a little bit less healthy. But I mean, as we get these level ups, they're gonna get some health back anyway, so it's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, Chrome does have inspiration secondary, so it does have those biscuits, so he should be kind of chilling out, going a little bit aggressive on these trades here, because at the end of the day, he's gonna pick up the stacks. Kind of betting on the over 200 stack at 20 minutes there. Lots of damage going down. That's gonna be the Winter's Bite onto the the Zins, or the Ophelio. Singular Bread going for a level 3 gank into the bot lane as he skips his entire top side. Nice Winter's Bite, and that's going to be a double kill going over to Singular Bread.
I mean, Singular Bread just opting for some really early presence, which he's known for. He's been really great about playing the map, so I'm really not surprised about that gank there. Cyclone getting a lot of damage off. Frost with the preemptive W, gonna try and sustain a little bit. The root coming out, a little bit of health, just enough to sustain, and I love that from Frost. I mean, the interaction with Swain to survive this lane is holding that root for the Sylas dash, or aiming for that, stun there. But Jesus Juice here, gonna get a little bit active. He's gonna get that stun off onto Chai, but the slam is gonna do a good bit of damage, and as well as that soul pull, I mean, a little bit of a failed gank, and Chai walking back up here. Could get dangerous, but gonna just hop away. I mean...
Ooh, mid lane, Cyclone taking a tower shot, as Perfect Timer is here, looking for a bit of a roam, but... Yeah, this game is a lot more interactive here in this early game than it was last. So I mean, Singular Bread already got the tunneler, so he's going to be really nice on that fast track to that Sundered Sky there. Tace only got the boots and the long sword, so still kind of losing out a little bit. But not having that teleport is a little bit rough. You do a bad trade, and then after that, it's kind of a little roughy, as almost gets hit with the tentacle. So gonna have to take a really bad recall here. Gonna go down a little bit of CS, but for now, I mean, the game is just evened out here. Even though TFF their kill up, it's still a slight goal lead for GCCE, as Cull being bought for both ADCs and a little damage going down top lane. But Jesus Juice, he's being a little more interactive. He kind of heard what we said, and he's taking it a little bit to heart, trying to look for these plays. But like, I don't know, it's like he's not just there at the right place at the right time. He's kind of just wasting a lot of time trying to force these plays.
Yeah, I mean, every time that Frost uses that root, it's an opening for Cyclone. So they have to use that very sparingly, I think.
As, yep, the abscond abduct straight on in there, but the Eye of the Vision of Empire will get a lot of damage down, healing a lot of that trade damage Cyclone put down. So Cyclone kind of getting on the worst end of these trades, kind of that CS deficit is going to kind of get up there a little bit now as he starts going down about 10 CS here now, but doesn't have that teleport either, so it's a little rough. Singular Bread is in the bot lane, doesn't quite land the Wind Comes Lightning. Zenith Blade onto the Braum, getting a little damage down, but puts up the Unbreakable, is pretty much going to make that trade mean not. Because I don't think, does that ward see Xin Zhao? It doesn't. He's actually like in that little pocket.
Yeah.
So it's not going to spot him, but he's just going to recall there, not really going to try to force the play too much. As Jax is, you know, farming up a bit of a storm here, but yeah, I mean, nothing's really kind of, you know, just stalemate for these teams now. As a slight gold lead for GCCE, as Juice is top lane here, could possibly look for a dive. I think he might have got spotted on the minion vision, so gonna have to back on up there.
Yeah, I mean, Juice, right place, wrong time, you know?
It's game, like he's trying to be proactive, but I don't know, it's like the lanes aren't really setting him up that great, and TFF they have excellent like map control. Like their vision is really on point. Like they're not overextending for fights, they're not forcing anything crazy. Yeah, and once again, TFF they pick up their first Drake of the game here. It's Infernal, so that's gonna be a nice little buff in stats.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly feel like the longer this game goes on without a clear lead from GCC means more time for the smolder to scale. And it scares me, I think. And as well as this Alawi can be a big beast in these team fights. I mean, she has that 1v3 power.
Yeah, she's down about 12 CS, 15 CS here soon. It's a little roughy in the top lane, but yeah, like you said, like if GCC don't make any like sort of plays, it's just the game's just gonna fall out their hands once again here. Because last game TFF, like they were just super proactive. They're doing everything around the map. Now this time around, they don't really need to do anything. They just need to cover whatever plays that GCCE want to make, and
Yeah.
they're just power scale. They're just scale forever.
Yeah.
Solar Stack is he's currently at 51.
Bless. Bless you.
Thanks. He's currently at 51 stacks, so looks like he's on a really nice track there to hit that 200 mark at 20 minutes. So he's in a really great time right here. He's kind of just chilling out there as Rome's coming through from both teams. They really want to play for these grubs. Adam gonna get spotted. He doesn't see that control ward. Gonna get hit with the Vision of Empire. Counter-Strike coming down, and he will have to flash on out there. Abscond Duck not going to land onto anybody. Cyclone does have that Swain ultimate, so that's a really powerful team fight ultimate there. As Taste winning out these trades in the top lane, doing really well to dodge out on all these tentacle strikes, so not really not getting any of that healing. Singular Bread going to use the Wind Becomes Lightning to start up the grubs here, but it's going to be a 4v4. Cyclone going in onto the Swain, but he's losing out on these trades here. That Aerie is doing wonders in the mid lane as one grub claimed by GCCE, and Adam, he's just gonna walk on in there, just start autoing everything. 2 grubs claimed by GCCE. They're gonna go straight on to the Xin Zhao. They're popping the Crescent Guard as Swain Frost, he's going on in with the ultimate. Taste gonna pick up that reset there onto his ultimate. That's gonna be a 1 kill already in the team fight. Cyclone going in, not doing enough damage. He's not gonna heal up enough. Flash over the wall. Frost claiming another one, and that's going to be a 3-0, and all 3 grubs claimed by GCCE.
I mean, that's exactly what you want to see if you are rooting for the underdogs, GCCE, who are down a map, right? Or not a map, a game right now. I mean, Taste's here, really strong and buff, 2-0 right now, doing fat bits of damage to Chai. But I mean, it's Alawi. It's just Alawi, man. And the interactions are only gonna get worse as she gets her build up. But Taste here, gonna give her a run for her money, dealing fast bit of damage. I mean, I feel like Taste is just really doing well in terms of dodging those skill shots and, you know, getting some good damage off at the same time. So doing better in this matchup for sure in the top lane. And we're seeing some good good roams from the supports as well, which I really like to see. I mean, bot lane was pretty stagnant last game.
Yeah, so now I mean both they know both supports like they know bot there's nothing happening bot lane, so they're just gonna start roaming around trying to make some plays elsewhere. But I mean this time around, it's very solid lead for GCC. They're 2.5K up, bit of a CS lead in the bot lane, but you know Smolder is stacking up very well there. But Taste and Frost, they have both accrued themselves about a 1K lead respectively, so they are really chilling there in their respective matchups. Already finishing the Spear of Shojin for that Aatrox, so he is going to be an absolute menace going into these team fights. And it looks like Swain's building a Blackfire Torch here, so that's something that's going to be very nice in the team fights later on. Also, it's perfect timer, landing a really long range Zenith Blade, but no real follow-up. But I mean, this is a really good game here for GCC. They're at a great tempo, as that's going to be engaged there with the Glacial Fissure onto 2 members, as a Solar Flare onto 2 on the backside, as they're going to start trying to peel up Kawhi Adam as much as they can. Perfect Timer doesn't have any more mana, as Teleport coming in for Frost. He does have that ultimate going to go in. That's going to be a 3-man Counter-Strike, as a kill immediately onto the Smolder. Braum gonna get taken down by the Swain. Singular Bread trying to claim something else in return, but Jesus Juice will pick up 2 kills in the bot lane as the rest of GCCE look to reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful work. Taste. Oh my days, the damage is insane. Spear Shojin online.
Like, Taste dodging, Abscond Duck not gonna land, gonna go in with the Kingslayer. Barrier used, but it will not amount to anything. Cyclone will pick up that kill in the roam bot. But yeah, Taste, like, the thing is with playing Aatrox is like you need to hit your abilities while dodging like their abilities. Chai, like, you just can't hit anything, and Taste is just landing all of it. So he's just winning out on all these trades here. You know, that 1K, 1.5K gold lead is really rearing its ugly head now with that finished item.
I mean, Frost here has been getting a nice upper hand, but with Adam here to back up Cyclone, it might be in...
They kill him. Oh, Cyclone pops the ultimate there, doesn't quite land the root. The Ignite going down, and there's a nice little shutdown for Cyclone there with the Demon Flare. So, it's just, spoke a little bit too soon, but the gold lead is still firmly in GCCE's favor.
Yeah, I mean, the shutdown is definitely nice to have, but, I mean, similar... quote-unquote similar stat lines for both the mid laners, but that 4 assists is definitely going to set Frost apart in terms of that early lead. And with that Black Torch online, I think it's gonna do some heavy lifting in terms of team fights, but in solo matchups, it's, you know, still got some good AP ratio for it as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's chilling. He already has the tier 3 Merc treads, and he's eating really good.
Bro is online.
3 completed quests here for GCCE against the 2 finished quests for TFF. So GCCE are in they're in a great spot here compared to what it was last game. Jesus Juice is just gonna go the standard AD build there, just the normal Jax build. So Cyclone dodging out on the Vision of Empire with the Abscond Abduct, looking for a little bit of healing with the Kingslayer, but I don't think you want to go in for that, as using the Proto Belt to dodge out on the Never Move. So, I mean, right now, I mean, objective-wise, it's kind of even. It's 1 Drake apiece. Herald's about to spawn in a minute, and it's, you know, it's 1 Drake apiece. It's only 2 to 5 plates. So a lot of gold in GCCE's pocket, but we're going to see if they can kind of convert this, because Smolder is on a great track to farm up. As when it becomes lightning, he's going to go in with a 3-talent strike. Nice little ultimate there to block out, but Cyclone, he's taking a lot of damage there. That's 4 with the Qs. Frost is going to pick up his 3rd kill of the game. Top lane, it's going to be a bit of a 1v1, lots of healing for Chai as mid lane. That's a nice little Never Move. You're gonna go under the tower looking for the dive. Singular Bread gonna land when it becomes lightning, but the slow won't be enough as Frost claims 2 kills in the span of like 20 seconds in the mid lane, as first tower gold going over to GCCE, and it's gonna be a 5K gold lead here at about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a different story being told this time around Taste.
Q3 flash away. Chai almost getting solo killed again there.
It is a different story all around. Frost had a very brutal game, not to his own fault there. He was definitely dealing with more people in their lane that they weren't able to deal with because of them being on that Syndra. But, I mean, different story on this Swain. Beautiful to see if you are a GCCE fan. And, you know, Jesus Juice also online early here. We'd love to see it. Singular Bread.
Singular, you're gonna have to be a little careful there. Taste does not have that World Ender, so that's gonna be three members onto the Aatrox, but the Empowered Blast Cone gets him out. That's gonna be all the damage from the Proto Belt, picking up another shutdown. So Cyclone picking up 2 big shutdowns in this early game, so it's gonna bring the lead back down to about 4.6. And Smolder at 124 stacks here. I think I might lose that over. But Singular Bread gonna get collapsed upon here. Solar Flare only onto 1. Crescent Guard is gonna knock the Jax back. But the Zenith Blade from long range is going to hit. And Perfect Timer will pick up that kill. As bot lane, it's going to be a nice little cross-map play there. Chromalone will pick up the kill onto the Aphelios. As mid lane Kingslayer going down. Demon Flare getting popped. He's not going to go under the tower, doesn't have that flash. Cyclone does have that flash, so going to claim a little money in the tower. Never move. Eye of Vision of Empire. Ah, damn, these ability names are just really long. GCCE, they're going to start up this Herald here, so they're going to claim their 3rd neutral objective of the game. Drake spawning in about 28 seconds, so they're going to be pretty late on this timer because Leona just reset, so they don't have any vision around that bot side yet, or it's just pretty shallow. But right now, going to have full priority. TFF going to all move into that bot lane quadrant as a singular unit. Smolder has finished that Essence Reaver, starting to build into that Spear of Shojin. Taste building into that Sunder's Sky now. So this is going to be looking to be a full 5-on-5 team fight. Taste does have that teleport. Drake already started. Herald summoned mid lane. And GCC, they don't even want to look for the Drake. They're going to try to keep looking for the push. And as Herald gets summoned mid lane, Taste is just still split pushing top here as he's getting a lot of tower plates here in the top lane. It's yeah, it's only a Chemtech Soul, so nothing crazy. As that mid lane tier 2 gets completely obliterated there, they're gonna still look for that push. Jax jumps into the Herald here, as now the bounties are coming through there. And a little too far there. That's gonna be the stun onto the Jax, but the stun right back onto Cyclone. He's gonna get chunked up. Demon Flare popped. As for both sides here, it's going to be an absolute slobber knocker of a fight as Kawhi Adams pops the ultimate going into the backline, but it will not be enough as that's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. Aatrox is going into the front line. He is going on to Reset City. He's going to get stunned up under the tower, and he will get taken down there. Chromalone picking on a killing spree here. It's going to be a 2-for-2 in the ensuing team fight. 6k gold lead still for GCC.
Yeah, and I mean, Chromalone really being able to kind of flex their wings in that team fight. Just, I mean, that's the smolder damage for you. 173 stacks right now. And I mean, with those advantages of, you know, the stacks, it's just going to be easier to farm up even more and get to that 250 number. So, I mean, I think that this is a ticking time bomb game for GCCE, in my opinion. I feel like Jax eventually will fall off. I mean, Aatrox, I think, will be pretty strong in these team fights still, as well as the Swain. But I think it'll be tough against a Smolder and Alawi later on.
Yeah, like you saw how long it took to kill that front line. Like they're down 6k gold, and it took them that long, and that team fight still went completely even with Smolder picking up all the kills. So like Chromalone is going to be like an absolute menace later on these team fights because he's going to hit that spike around the 20-ish minute mark, 21-minute mark. So he's doing really good on that timer because he's pretty much the entire gold lead. He also has that cleanse, which is not currently up right now. So he's going to have to be really careful to get picked off. But GCC, they have to play these team fights very decisively. They have to blow up somebody. Singular Bread looking for a gank in the bot side here. But he just kind of just looking for something if you can get it. But Taste, he's going to get ganked now by the ADC, so he doesn't have that
Okay.
dash quite yet here, as that's a lot of damage coming through. Flash over the
Oh.
wall by Chai, as Taste, he's going to slowly get whittled down here, but he's able to just
No.
walk on out, does have the empowered blast cone, and he will just get on out, as Chromalone will not pick up that kill here, and unfortunately, we were both wrong about the over 200. Bot lane is going to be a 2v1 there. Never move onto the Silas. Lots of damage on the perfect timer, and he will get taken out. Tower shot plus ignite combination will do the work, as that's going to be abscond of Duck to try to escape, but flash 4 from Frost there with the Q will pick up that one. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane, and the gold lead is starting to balloon up a little bit for GCC. But Chromalone, he's at 197 sacks. He's about to hit that little power spike there at 225.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gonna be scary in these team fights. But Frost, I mean, Frost is looking consistently strong right now. 6-1-5, a fat bounty, as well as quote-unquote perfect game happening right now for Jesus Juice. I'm just afraid with those bounties on their head, these shutdowns could bring TFF even, if not give them a leg up, if they get those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, the longer this game kind of just goes, the tankier TFF's frontline are going to be. You have 4 melee champions that are just building really beefy items now. So now, Taste, a little too far forward there. Does have the Ignite, just got the World Ender. Let's see, he's going to dash over the wall. He's not going to look for the fight. Flash over the wall for the Xin Zhao. He's going to get the 3-talent strike to knock him up. Trying to get the heals down. Solar Flare onto the Silas. And he just gets on out once again there. Another great escape for Taste.
Oh my gosh, and they sent more for him this time and still were unable to finish off that pick. No punishments for that split pushing that Taste is doing. And I mean, that just feels really bad. I mean, they invested a flash there from Singular Bread as well as, I believe, Chai.
I think, yeah, no, he flashed before. So that was 2 flashes in the span of like 2 minutes to try to kill Taste, and he just gets on out. So those are really crucial flashes that you cannot be blowing before the Drake here. Drake, Chemtech Drake spawning in 10 seconds, full prio by GCC. And they're going to look to claim this one, because that's a Drake that they really like to have. Singular Bread is not going to get hit with a never move. Lots of chunk going down, so going to have to be a little bit careful, as he's just getting hit with all these
I mean, Frost is just frontlining. That is
He doesn't care. He does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean,
Going for the double bird build, full stacked Dark Seal, like he doesn't care. He's strong as hell. And when it becomes lightning does land, they're gonna go straight onto Frost. Vision Empire gonna pick up that heal. Demon Flare going down. Lots of CC chains onto the front line. Singular Bread will get taken down. Now Drake spawned by the Jax. Jax joining up into the fight.
No.
2-man counter strike there on top of the Glacial Fissure. But Smolder picks a fast shutdown to the Swain. He is going crazy here. Double kill going for Chromalone, as that's gonna be Silas in the back line. Gonna pick up the enemy ADC there. Abscond of Duck gonna get flashed away from by Jesus Juice. And now Chromalone is online. 247 stacks, as Taze does have that World Ender, but he will get executed here. He will get taken down. Chromalone is dominating. 2 full items plus a last Whisper. And now GCC, their gold lead is completely dwindled. They're only up 3k gold. That was a 3k gold swing there, as Chromalone picks up 2, like, I think those are like 500 gold shutdowns. He picked up like 1,500 gold from that fight.
I mean, that is exactly what I was afraid of. That's just Smolder gameplay for you. Once you get those stacks up in these team fights with a tanky frontline like Alawi, as well as the disengage from that Xin Zhao, I mean, he can just sit back and do whatever he wants, as well as the Braum. I mean, this is legit just like protect the president, as well as, you know, Cyclone on that Silas being able to just kind of do whatever he pleases as well. I mean, it's gonna be brutal. This composition is just brutal to go against once you hit that kind of 30-minute mark.
Yeah, like the rest of GCC, like they went in and they left like Kawhi all by himself. Like he got solo killed by by Cyclone. Like he 2v1 Jesus Juice and Kawhi, and like they both had to like run away from the Silas with the Demon Flare. So that, you know, that AP Silas with the Demon Flare is really strong there. in the fights, but Cyclone still winning the better in the 1v1 in the side lane because Cyclone down to below half HP here. GCC, like now, they really have to sync up these engages to try to blow up Chromalone, but with the Braum, with the Xin Zhao, Crescent Guard, and all that, like it's so hard to get onto this Smolder. He already he's 3 full items, 3.5 full items, and Kawhi only has 2. It's real rough. Smolder is up 3.4k on the enemy ADC here. Like pretty much the entire gold lead is Chromalone. So he has to play these fights perfectly. You know, last game playing the Ashe, playing really supportive, couldn't really do too much. Now this game, you know, the team is on his shoulders. He is the sole carry. Like you said, protect the president. They have to keep him up or the game is pretty much out of their hands. Taste gonna get hit with the wind becomes lightning, gonna get the stunned up a little bit. 3-man counter strike as the Gravitum or the Infernum going crazy along the front line as that's gonna stun onto the Smolder. Nobody's there to follow up as Taste gonna get executed there. Chrome is going godlike. Cyclone picking up the solo kill in the bot lane, and that should be the Baron started up by the side of TFF. Jesus Juice does not have flash, but can hop with the wall, does have that empowered blast cone there as perfect timer. Holy cow, that was a lot of damage with the spirit. And Jax, I don't think he can get into that pit. No. He's gonna get zoned off. They do have vision over the pit. Let's see, Chromalone gonna hit that blast cone. He does not have a ward in the pit, so he cannot get in. And he's just gonna have to back on out now, as that's gonna be TFF picking up that Baron onto 5 members.
It's all falling apart for GCCE at this point. I mean, really, the only thing they can do is aim to really dive Chromalone, but then again, you saw the Alawi damage as well, and Cyclone being able to solo kill Frost. It's a different story now. Damage is coming online. It's not just Chromalone, although he is doing the brunt of the damage. I mean, once you deal with the Smolder, I mean, you're already taking so much damage from the Alawi and from the Sylas as well. It's just gonna be really rough to win these team fights, I feel like. Tastes, though, still kind of deal
on the trades a little bit because he didn't go cleaver. He's going Death's Dance. He's going Death's Dance. So he doesn't have that cleaver. He doesn't have that armor shred. So he's kind of like losing out on the trades a little bit more now. So Chai has that Baron buff, level 16, pushing in that top wave, and yeah, like you said, like they just need to sync up the dive. Like they're not syncing up the dive. Like perfect timer lands the CC onto the Smolder, but nobody else is there to like follow up. It's only Taste going in. Like Jesus Juice, he's having a perfect game, but like you don't want a perfect game if it means your team's losing. Because like right now, like he's 2-0-9, but hasn't really been super impactful. Like Alawi, like you mentioned at the beginning, like she thrives in these chaotic fights. With 4 melees, as Chai, he doesn't care. He's just going forward into 3 members as he just gets the Spirit Pull onto the Aatrox, getting lots of damage now, half HP already. As Cyclone picking up the Jax ultimate, as damage going down. Frost might get picked off there. Solar Flare only onto 1 as the Aphelios ult comes down there. Chai getting chunked harder and harder. Frost popping that Demon Flare. He's so low, and he will start getting the drain a little bit there, but Chromalone going legendary, calling mom over the top rope as double kill going over to Chromalone. Taste is trying to 2v1 on the side there. Cyclone is doing so much work. It's going to be a triple kill going over as he's going to try to get the pentakill here, as nope, doesn't quite land the W slow. Taste is going to get taken down. The Abscondum Duck will just be enough as he gets sent back to his base, and now TFF, they might just end the game.
I mean, it is just a sad, tragic story, and I mean, I saw it when we saw the Smolder pick, but I mean, GCCE did the most they could in the early game to prevent that from happening, but I mean, they weren't strong enough to the point where they could finish it out before the scaling happened.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. It is a ticking time bomb. TFF, they're going to claim sole point now just as the Baron expires. And now they have their first goal lead of this game, 2.2k. Smolder is just completely online. Like, now he's about to reset, get his 5th item. You know, you already got the Exodia of the Essence Reaver, whatever pen item plus Spear Shojin, like you already got
And
the equivalent
Runins for
skills, yeah.
the multi-target damage.
Oh, and he just got a Seekers. He got a Seekers. It's
Oh.
so cooked. And he got a Rapid Fire. It's so cooked. Like I don't see how they kill Chrome. Like he has the Braum. He has the Knight's Vow. He has the Knight's Vow. He has the Locket. Now he doesn't have sums, but he has the Seeker's Arm Guard. Like I don't see them killing the Smolder at this point. Like Frost, he's level 15 going against level 17 Alawi. The early game was rough for TFF, but they knew what it was.
Yeah.
They wrote it out. You know, they kept their mental in the game, and now, you know, Chrome Alone is their father, as they are going to protect this man with their live soul point for TFF. Neutral objectives won't really spawn for about another 1 minute 45 seconds, but it's yeah, I mean, it's at this point it's kind of like it's just a bomb,
just
you
so
know,
over,
just
man.
waiting.
And
But
I mean, what better frontline to do it than an Alawi and a Braum, you know? Oh my.
Yeah, Taste. He finally will get picked off here. Chrome Alone going legendary. 11, 1, and 3. 5.3k gold. Pretty much all the gold is in his pockets. And now, GCC, this was a 6k gold swing. This was 6,000 gold. They had a 6k gold lead, and it just got completely turned around the moment Smolder hit 225. Like that's just something different, man. Chrome Alone is, you know, game one, you know, just kind of playing that supportive Ash style. Now this game playing Smolder as the sole carry, just pumping out all the damage, 10 CS per minute, 11, 1, and 3. Gonna finish that Zonia's pretty soon. He has 2,000 gold in his pocket, so I think, yeah, he should finish his Zonia's here on this reset. So this Smolder is just a complete, yeah, he finished the Zonia's. He's just a beast. Like, you're not killing the guy. He's gonna have cleanse up in about a minute, a little under a minute. Baron spawning at 25 seconds, and Prio going to start getting claimed for TFF. As Frost is losing out the 1v1. Alawi going to pull that Test of Spirit. Is gonna, oh my, oh, that's so much, dude. Like, I don't even know what you do against that. Now, Frost and Taste, they can't even side lane anymore against the Alawi or the Silas. They're just getting solo killed. Baron just spawned. Taste gonna get pinged out. They're gonna know where he's at. He's gonna get interrupted. Outsconned up. No. The Winter's Bite. He's gonna get stunned up, knocked up. Solar Flare only onto one. They're gonna try to go onto the Jack or the Xin Zhao, but that's a really nice Glacial Fissure as Singular Blade. He's just gonna keep on going in. That's gone to Duck, not quite on the right target, only onto the correct Xender Blade going on in. Perfect timer. He has the Winter's Bite tagged on him. That's a very big crescendo, but Kawhi doesn't have any money. He's so broke. Cyclone gonna pick up the first kill of the team fight, as that's gonna be a double kill going over to the Smolder. Teleport coming in way too late. Jesus Juice getting taken down. Double kill going over to the mid and bot lane of TFF. Flash forward with the Wind Becomes Lightning will not land, but the Demon Flare going down onto 5 members, but the drain will not be enough, as that's going to be the ace here. Chrome Alone, the game starts with him, it ends with him, as it's going to be a 4.5k gold lead, 33 minutes into the game, and TFF will go 2-0 up in this best of 5.
I mean, you put Smolder first pick, and you did exactly what you want to do with Smolder. You cannot be mad at that at all. I mean, people would say it's not a perfect game, but I mean, hitting that 225 stacks way before 30 minutes, that's a perfect game to me. That's, in my opinion. I mean, Smolder did exactly what he needed to do there. Only one death, and I mean, with only one death, that means that they weren't able to shut down that Smolder early in that bot lane. Deal with it early, try and nip it in the bud. Keep him from just farming, and after that, it was a bloodbath. I mean, Frost did really well in the early game, did some fat bit of damage, as well as Jesus Juice really showing a lot more presence, really showing that he was online. But again, you just can't match a scaling Smolder as well as just Alawi damage. I mean, it's just tale as old as time.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just crazy looking at the gold leads across the board. Like, it was just dead even for everybody else, and then you hit Smolder. He's up, like, 5k, 6k on his lane opponent. Like, and look at the damage chart. Like it's a little deceptive, but like Smolder is just a menace. Like by far, like the player of the game for Chrome Alone. Like just always like perfect positioning and just doing his role, just constantly farming. Like that early game was like a little rough.
Yeah.
It was looking rough, but we said it and time again, like that scaling will always get out in the end because they could never get onto that smolder. And like look at the gold graph, like look at that gold tween. That's absolutely crazy to think. Like what was it? That's like 6.5K gold, and now it's like about 5K in favor of TFF
Yeah.
is absolutely crazy. But this game like is an absolute statement here. Like what can GCCE do? As we're gonna take a quick little break here, we're gonna see, will this be the last game of this series? Will it be a clean sweep, or will GCCE Chronoshift bring us to the brink of a silver scrapes? We'll be right back. Welcome everybody. It's game 3 draft for TFF versus GCCE Chronoshift. It is this time around. TFF's main top laner Linksy will be playing this game, and GCCE will keep their the same roster they've been playing with the last 2 games. GCCE will go for that red side once again here, and after last game, and now that Linksy is in, you know, Chai, I mean, he played a lot of crazy champions, so that maybe that was the reason why they were winning, you know. So maybe we'll see GCCE get a little bit of some reverse sweep action. Maybe we get some silver scrapes. Who knows? But I mean, what do you
Maybe.
think, man? Like, what do you think? Like GCC really needs to do here because they're running the same people they've been running this last 2 games, and it's kind of just been a bit of a wash so far. So like, what do you
Wait,
think they
if
need
they
to do?
lock in this Jinx, I might be a prophet. Oh my god, I'm a prophet. Holy
Wow.
shit, I'm a
We're
prophet.
we're talking in the break, and she called the
Oh
jinx.
my
So
god.
now, like, I think they're gonna try to do the protect the president comp. Like, I'm calling it Lulu right here. They have to pick like Lulu because, yeah, they didn't ban the Nami. So like, Jinx Nami isn't like super great, but Nami is such a S tier pick right now. It's absolutely disgusting. They pick Ornn top. Gwen is off the table. So what is Linksy going to pick to go into that top lane? Malphite! Oh my god. Okay, they just said, screw this. We're going full team fight. They want that Jinx. So they
I'm just baffled, man. I mean I called the Jinx. I was like the best they can do is have like a hard scaler with lots of multi-target damage. Um and with the Malphite and the Amumu double ult, oh no. It's
oh
not
yeah,
looking
and
great.
Silas is gone too. So like they really did a great job with that. And they're gonna pick Kog'Maw here. So like if you don't pick Lulu, it's actually grief. It's actually grief if you don't take Lulu here. You have to take Lulu. Come on, Lulu. You got
Let's
like
hope that the
20
support
seconds.
player does play that Lulu. I'm expecting to see a support pick on the board, but I mean, maybe the mid laner wants to protect another pick, pick early just for a comfort pick, mayhaps. But I mean, if you're going for strategic draft, support should be picking here.
Come
Um,
on, Lulu. Come on, lock it in. Lock it in.
it might.
Okay,
Oh,
and yeah, we'll see in a second what that is. If it's not Lulu, I'm actually just no way. That's Shen.
it's a Shin.
Oh my god. Is that River Shen or support? Like I don't. Oh, they lock Shen though.
Um,
Like that's crazy.
the
Shen?
I
Like I
feel
don't.
like
Bro.
it's more of a river shin. That's what I'm leaning towards. There's no way that's a Jinx shin. There's no way.
Like
That,
okay. Like I don't know. Like I think that's like complete grief. Like I'm saying it right now. That's just so grief. Shen, Ornn plus Jinx, and then
um,
it's what a Mumu Malphite Kog'Maw. Like you lose. Now you're gonna lose like 2 of the best pairings in Lulu and Nami for the Jinx. So Jinx definitely needs an enchanter here. So like for TFF, like I think they should just ban a bunch of enchanters. So like for the Jinx, but they also want enchanters. They're not gonna ban those away. So they ban away the Orianna. So you lose a lot of that big wombo combo there for TFF side. But like, and now at this point, like I really don't know what the picks are going to be. It's kind of like they're kind of just picking a smorgasbord, you know? Because like the thing is with best of fives is like the big thing is like the mental. Like, can you hold your onto your mental for all 5 games? Or possibly. So TFF they banned Graves away. I'm kind of surprised they banned Graves of all things,
so
and they
they're
banned the
confident.
Mbessa.
Are they
Huh.
confident that that's a shin support then?
Probably. Like I'm not too sure. Like at this point, it's really hard to tell with these teams. Like
And
this
why
is
did GCCE themselves ban the Lulu?
yeah. Like because they have their red side. Oh my god. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. They're red. Okay, but like, what are they gonna pick here? They have to pick support here. So the only other viable like enchanters is like Renata,
Okay.
Melio, and they do Karma. Like, Karma is like kind of mediocre for Jinx. Like the only
I mean,
reason
she
like
has a speed up. She has a nice fat shield, I guess. Um,
but and TFF they're gonna pick Sona. Like what dude? Like we're in game 3 fearless, and they're already going completely off the rails here in the draft, and it looks like they're going to lock the Sona. Okay, so Sona Kog'Maw versus Jinx Karma. Those are like, if those aren't like such desynergized lanes, like I don't know what is. And they pick way mid lane. That is very interesting to see here. So it is River Shen, and yeah, it's gonna be the Hui. So TFF, like, I don't know, like this comp is really weird. It doesn't really synergize at all.
Yeah, I really dislike the Shen pick specifically, although maybe it can give Jesus Juice a little bit more agency in terms of presence. But at the same time, I mean, okay, the Hui pick isn't bad. Um, and the Aurelion Soul to match, I mean,
What?
that's not that's really not. I mean,
Asol into a Mumu Malphite Hui.
um, yeah.
I I think like at this point, their their brains are fried in like
I,
this best of 5, and like they're just kind of like just
maybe they're just going for
they're swinging.
comfort picks, and at this point, that's the most you can hope for. I hope that they play Asul often, and they are familiar with the Hui matchup. But I feel like Hui is just has so much CC and abilities, and Asul can be pretty immobile in lane. He has one getaway card, but that's it. Um,
And like it's not even like a good getaway card too. Like it's Malphite Mumu.
Like,
It
I just don't know. I really don't know what the draft vision was there, but I mean, if you take a step back, you can think about Aurelion Soul stun, the Karma root. I mean, the Karma damage with her empowered, I believe it's Q,
yeah, her
is
mantra
pretty
Q.
nice. So, I mean, maybe we're playing to kind of like just distance and poke a little bit more, but the
Uh,
issue is that Hui and Kog'Maw can definitely match that as well. So I I don't love this composition from GCCE, especially when that's kind of their last hurrah in this series here. This is do or die for them. Um, this is their way to bring it back, and this isn't the best way that I'd like to see it go. But Banana Bread, anything else?
I I don't know. Like the biggest thing for GCC is like they lack a lot of damage. They have to blast through a Malphite Mumu with 3 hard scaling lanes with a Sona and a Hui on top and a Kog'Maw constantly hitting. So the biggest thing for GCC is like, are they going to have enough damage to burst through Malphite Amumu so Jinx can get resets? Because Jinx is so dependent on getting a kill to get resets. But GCC lack a lot of damage because
Yeah.
they have 2 hard tanks, a Karma, plus and a Jinx Asol that don't really come online until they reach about like 1 to 2 items. And with how Karma usually works is usually you do like you do this, the usual build. You go Echoes of Helia with the item Song. You do like 3 points in your Q, and then you max E. That's usually how you do it. But no, with how this is going, like, I honestly could not like predict anything else that could go. And but with how this is going, we're gonna see if GCC could bring it back from the brink with this absolutely insane composition, or if TFF are just gonna get the clean sweep with their equally frivolous composition. We'll be right back. Welcome back, gamers, as we get into Game 3 between TFF and GCCE. Linksy will be coming in, the main top laner for TFF. So TFF have their full starting roster, but GCCE, they still have that support substitute. But right now, looking across the board, nothing too crazy, but Karma went that ghost. So Karma looking to skirt around the edge of these team fights here, because we're going to see if this will be the last game. We'll see if GCCE in these playoffs or if they can bring it back from the brink. As right now, no crazy shenanigans to be had so far here, but we were talking about it before, like talking about GCC, how their comp lacks a lot of damage. Like, they have good scaling, they have great scaling. With how the games have been going, TFF, like, they kind of like just kind of like let it go. They are not just kind of like a game that isn't super proactive. So a game like this, like a game that's really slow and you don't want to do too much, this is something that either team would really like to have going for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, some early poke damage, some really great value from, I mean, Adam just
Oh wow,
so low.
that's a
Okay.
lot of damage. Holy cow! Like, talking like, hey, take it slow, and then like bot lane just completely get blasted there, mid lane. Cyclone actually getting a little bit worse for that trade there, but
Yeah.
otherwise, I mean, both these teams, like, they kind of do the same thing. Like, most of the time, like, they're kind of just looking for getting their own, like, individual lane leads. But otherwise, I mean, it's kind of like just going a little even. Both supports are already popping their pots, so that sustain going to be a little down. But Adam does have that aria of perseverance, so able to kind of sustain a little bit better. But losing out on that poke duel in the bot lane, Kawhi Adams are already up a substantial amount of CS here, getting that push in bot lane. But Singular Bread is making his way bot lane for that gank, so gonna have to be a little bit careful here for GCCE.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for a nice gank
As
from Jesus Juice.
already Frost using flash mid lane, so Singular
Oh,
Bread flashing also mid lane, as forcing, once again, like doing that summoner trade, did the same thing he did game one, taking advantage of how aggressive Frost is and getting that flash out the way to look for a follow-up gank later on.
for sure. And I mean, tastes here. I feel like, I mean, what do you think of this matchup? Malphite versus Ornn. I mean, I feel like Malphite's just rock hard, man. Like, I don't know how you do with that, but I mean, maybe with the Hollow Radiance, or it is no. He builds Sunfire Aegis, is what tastes.
It's
Is
usually
doing.
hollow.
Is it Hollow? Okay.
Yeah, because it's a triple AP topside. Well, technically, it's all five of them are all 5 AP. So honestly, Taste going like full MR would like be really good for his team.
Uh-huh.
Singular Bread gonna get caught out here, gonna get hit with the taunt. The zap not quite going to land here. Singular Bread will get taken down, trying to donate that kill over to Kawhi Adams. He might have to flash for it, as that's a flash forward with the heal, with the Aria Perseverance, gonna speed him out there. But Kawhi Adam not gonna flash for that last auto. I'm not too sure why, but that's going to be Adam using both summoners to save his jungler there. Frost, no more mana in the mid lane to push in that tower, but Singular Dread not having that flash, but having his support there to, get him out of dodge.
I mean, forcing those cooldowns for sure will feel really great. For GCC, I mean, no heal, no flash on the Sona. It's a really nice pick, I think, if you can secure it. At the same time, Frost here, I feel like isn't gonna have a good time in the mid lane, especially with the way that Singular Bread has liked to play. It's usually not a pretty sight if you're a fan of Frost in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, like, across TFF's games, they play very heavily around Cyclone. Singular Bread looking for that invade there, but Jesus does not have the smite, so not really able to secure his first Raptor respawn. But I mean, he's still up a little bit of CS here. But going back to that question you asked before in that top lane, I mean, Ornn, it's Ornn. Like he's gonna do, he's gonna do Ornn things. The fighter, assassin, tank, mage. He kind of does everything. Spiraling Despair onto Frost. He doesn't have any more mana, so not able to get out there. But that's just be the bolt, and that's gonna be a solo kill. Cyclone. Oh, Frost. Oh,
Man.
it's going so bad here. And bot lane, it's going to be some fighting going on here. No sums on the Sona, but Perfect Timer getting taken down to below 200 HP there. Does Sal have both of his summoners also. So now the tables are kind of turning a little bit there. Both ADCs going for that Cull Dorn start here. But yeah, man, it's just like,
Yeah.
that's rough. Like you just mentioned it, and yeah, you cursed him.
I mean, I feel so bad, man. I mean, a solo kill, I can't blame that on the jungler this time. But again, that way I feel like just has so much more self-sustain. That's a newer champion for you. With some good trades in the bot lane, it's looking a little bit iffy though.
Kawhi Adam doesn't have any more mana. Does have that ghost, does have that flash. He's gonna keep going for it. That's a flash away, but the ghost will be enough. But the berry will be used. The last auto coming through. He will not get in range.
No.
And it's gonna be Frost looking for the robe. He does get that reset on the W, but Singular Bread is here to support his team. And that's going to be a nice little gold into his pocket now. So kind of erases that deficit a bit in that mid lane.
Yeah.
So Frost being there in the right time.
And some little check marks for the Dark Seal as well. It's gonna feel nice. Is a Dark Seal the meta now? Just buy it after your first starter item?
So like,
I'm noticing a trend.
So Dark Seal is like, it's super gold efficient. Like the item itself is really gold efficient. 350 gold, you get what? I think it's like 15 AD and like 150 health. Or no, 50 HP, 15 AP. But like, if you're getting kills, you're roaming around a lot, like it's a really good item. As doesn't quite land the Q, so it's a little awkward. Gonna have to, do that walk of shame back into lane. But that's first Drake claimed by TFF once again here. They have 100% first Drake take this series so far. But right now, I mean, GCC, they're in a they're in a nice spot. I mean, Taste has a good CS lead mid lane. That's gonna be the flash, the rock, and the flash away from the claw as Frost is gonna start flying away there. Is Lynxie? I'm not too sure why he had the flash for that, but making sure you catch Frost off guard there. So that's gonna be once again flashes blown there. Frost is just constantly getting dogged on in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean that was what we saw that first matchup. And now we're seeing it again. It's a Tale as Old as time. It works for them. And I mean, I feel like Jesus Juice is having a harder time once again trying to find the right timings and some presence on the map like Singular Bread has had. But this might be the timing, but
now top
not
lane,
gonna...
it's gonna be a bit of a fist fight there, a bit of a wet noodle fight. They're gonna spot TFF doing the grubbies. So ping's coming through. They're gonna look for the fight. Call the Forge God only onto 2, as they're gonna go straight onto the Asol. A little bit of a split fight. 3-man curse of the sad mummy. Asol's gonna pick up that kills. Super Mega Death Rocket will get called down for some good measure, but Frost is 2-0 now at 80 stacks. So he's really chilling here, as that's gonna be the crescendo used on top of Karma. She will gonna use the mantra Q or mantra W to get a lot of additional healing there, able to sustain that lane. But that's gonna be a pretty sizable cooldown used by Perfect Timer on that flash.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they haven't been really running those trades in the bot lane, and it's giving me a little bit of a high cortisol moment there for sure. Lynxie and Tastes, I mean, just two big men brawling it out, I have to say. Right now, CS is favoring Tastes, but I mean, one can only assume this early in the game what it will look like.
Yeah, I mean, he's up 20 CS. He's got a really nice lead for himself. Lynxie is getting chunked very heavily there. Being an armor tank, building MR is always a little rough. So I think, yeah, Taste won that trade out just a little bit there, as that's going to be Adam getting hit with the taunt there. Does have the flash to get over the wall. Mantra Q does land, so they're going to have to use that flash, flashing away from the Spirit Blade to not get the slow down. They're going to use the heal also. He should not have his taunt up here, so that's going to be both summoners used by Adam here once again. So let's see if they can try to punish that.
Yeah, I mean, 1-2, the goal deficit favoring GCC right now. But I mean, Frost's gonna go in for a little bit more, but that shield is gonna cop Cyclone out, and that's a very overzealous ultimatum coming out from Frost.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a bit of a panic hold. Really just wanted to push that wave in, get that reset. Does have that teleport to get back to catch the wave, but I mean, he's going down a good bit of gold there. For 15 CS, he's up 2 kills, or he's up a kill, but the gold lead is still a little bit in favor of Cyclone. But like, again, like we were talking about, like the problems with this Acel, like he has to stand still to get the damage down, but like every single champion on TFF's team is made for is like really good against champions that stand still. So Singular Bread going to pop that control ward there into the bot Tri-Bush. Gonna get a little bit of damage down. Gonna get some slows onto Adam, but gonna use that heal to get him out of dodge. They do spot out Singular Bread at the last second, so they do not really want to get ganked there. But, I mean, GCC, they're getting a nice little gold lead for themselves here. Spiraling Despair in the mid lane as Frost doesn't even care. He's just putting out that breath of light there, just stacking up like crazy. Went first item Rylai's. Both junglers going for Hollow Radiance here, so that's going to be very nice for that Shen to clear in the jungle here. But I mean, both junglers are kind of a little bit absent, kind of just chill here. Call the Force got used in the top lane. They really want to try to get that kill, but that Unstoppable Force under the tower. Frost Taste taking a lot of damage. Is the minion going to kill it? No, it will not. Using that biscuit there at the last minute. So Lynxie does not have the flash or enough mana to continue the fight. As bot lane, lots of more aggressive trading there. Chompers will not do enough. Shen is here for the fight, does have that flash taunt available for him, but using it to get out of dodge. 2 other members of TFF are coming into the bot lane. They're going to get the second Drake of the game here. Does have the Stand United Taste. Is going to have to run away top also. He's kind of proxying a little bit, but second Drake claim for TFF here. And they're in a really great spot despite, you know, TFF spot lane going down a bit, as Taste is just getting chased down there. Stand United being used, so not quite that the communication there to try to turn it around, but you know, Taste is able to live, not going to get solo killed again here by 2 different top laners. So you know, still a nice little gold lead for GCC, but both Drakes going over to TFF this early game, and it's going to be a Hextech Soul.
And I mean, we saw that before in the first match there with the 2. Barrier pop early.
On top of Jinx. She is going to get flashed on. The Ghost coming through, Severing Bolt going down, and 4 members of TFF are coming bot lane. The Banish Taunt doesn't land, but using the Curse of the Sad Mummy to pick up that kill under the tower, and that's a double kill going down in the bot lane. TFF getting a nice little play there.
I mean, this is just a hard watch for sure. I mean, TFF proving dominant once more, getting, you know, 2 Drakes early, setting them in a nice spot, as well as just, I mean, mid ganking there was nice, and having Singular Bread there was just the cherry on top. I mean...
Yeah, it's just like, GCC, they need to get this Jinx up. But again, like, they have no engage outside of Ornn. So, like, they can't... It's so hard to make plays bot lane, especially because Shen doesn't have boots. He doesn't have boots. He can't just walk up and just taunt them, you know? So, like, it's... They can't really make plays unless they have Ornn. So, like, they kind of just have to kind of take it. That's all they can really do in that bot lane. I mean, it's still a gold lead for GCC, but now top lane, that's a weird interaction with the Bandage Toss there. Little damage going down. Leandri's completed for Singular Bread, so going to pump out a lot of damage. Taste popping the Ornn Horn here, as that's going to be right on top of the Amumu. Does not have that Curse of the Sad Mummy. Lots of damage going down, but double teleports going into the top lane now, as the Unstoppable Force coming through. Flash away from Frost, and that's going to be Frost reinforcing his top laner, but you losing his flash in the process bot lane, it's just getting rougher and rougher. I mean, this Jinx is losing out on that 1v1, even though she has a full completed item. First already completing that Hex Optics and tier 2 boots, getting put into that third little inventory slot there, but I don't know, dude. It's just like they're kind of just burning the game away. Yeah, they have a gold lead, but it doesn't really matter if you don't get anything with it. So mid lane, Frost is stacking up like crazy. He's at 152 stacks here, Herald claimed by TFF. They've pretty much gotten every single neutral objective. They've lost 3 Grubs, all the Drakes, as Frost is coming in, flying in at him. He's going to get taunted up, not going to flash that yet, but Crescendo on top of the Ace Soul to stall that out. But that's going to be a big star. It will kill him there right on the back end with the Comet, but Cyclone going to get it Spiraling Despair onto the Amumu, or the Ace Soul, and Jesus is going to have to flash on out and get out with the Blast Cone. But it's gonna be 1-1 here, and Frost is still in a nice spot. But Cyclone is 3-0 now. This is looking like a rendition of Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, just some really nice ults all around. I mean, Frost did what he could, and this is off topic, I know, but do you think Shen's name is Jesus Juice? And it like rhymes, or am I tripping?
Actually, that's a good question, actually. Jesus Juice or Jesus Juice? I feel like it's Jesus, but I've been calling it Jesus the entire time, so I gotta let it ride out now.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I don't know. It's like the Shen ult is so long, because did he go? He should have went. What is it called? I forgot what that tree is called. The red one. Oh man. For the rune tree, I forgot what it's called. It's absolutely like
Domination?
Yeah, the domination tree. Yeah, okay. So he has the domination tree secondary. He only got 2 stacks on the ultimate hunter. So I mean, it's not the best thing in the world. I mean, the ult's now 125 seconds. It's great. You know, so like I don't know. It's like it's so rough because like you can only do something every like 2 minutes, and it has to be reactive, not proactive. So it's like it's always so rough when you have to do something like that. Tace is going to once again proxy the wave, but the Malphite can't really do anything. Funny enough, the Ornn does pick up that first tower as Kawhi Adams gonna face check into the bush, gonna get hit with a double crescendo there as the Stand United coming through. They're gonna try to get onto Adam. He does not have the summoners. Let's see if they donate this kill over, as the Jinx will finally get her first kill of the game. Teleport coming through bot lane for the Ornn for some reason. As actually it is the Drake spawn, as that's gonna be slow onto Singular Bread. Gonna have to flash away there from the falling star, as Malphite is here to reinforce, does have that unstoppable force. All ultimates are up for TFF except for the Crescendo, and it's going to be a 4v5. Let's see if they can claim this Drake without losing any lives here. Cyclone pushing in that mid wave, but it looks like this Drake is going to go over without contest, and that's finally going to slow the game down a little bit here. 2.3k gold lead for GCC as they pick up their first neutral.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, you know, fight outcomes and lane outcomes, it felt pretty dire for GCCE, but I mean, they're stabilizing and they've been in the lead just because of some of these kills that they've gotten, but
it's pretty much like all Ornn.
It's pretty much just, you know, that first tower going down, and we've got a drag on the board now, which I think sets us in a nice spot to be able to come back, especially with the Jinx. I mean, the game is never over with this scaler like Jinx. I don't know.
Like, you see how like rough that was? Like, see how long it took him just to kill the Sona? Like, this Jinx needs to get online. Is she going Yuntal's second item? That's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, I would have just said, you know what? Let me just go like IE next, you know? But like, who knows? I'm not an AC main. Looks like going for Yuntal next, or it could be Storm Razor. So we'll see how that goes here. Mid lane gold lead hasn't really been moving around too much here. They really want to try to get up onto Frost again. But Frost is actually doing like a pretty good job this game. Kind of just being safe. Like he had Malphite come visit, he had Singular Bread come visit. I don't think Adam's come to visit once yet, but you know, that's the kind of the how the champion works. It's a Sona. You don't really do too much there. But, I mean, the Singular Bread just hovering mid lane like crazy here. Taste is also around. Baron is going to spawn here now. So let's see what happens, because now at this point, any losing team fight will result in a Baron loss. I mean, Malphite hasn't really been in the fight, so is Ornn. Ornn, he's up like he's up 60 CS. They're trying to go for the Malphite here, but using the Unstoppable Force to get on out of dodge. So Herald spawning up in the mid lane here. So a little bit of extra gold going into the Hui's pockets now. 3-0. Now the gold lead's going to go up to about 1,000. And you're going to get a second charge. So that's going to be a lot of gold going into Singular Dread's pocket. But it's still pretty even, actually, despite getting all that tower gold. So Shen is kind of chilling here. Does have the Stained United. That's going to be catch out. That's going to be a bandage tossed onto one. Curse of the Sad Mummy only onto the Jinx on the other side of the wall. Singular Bread going to get rooted up. Going to get chunked out. He's getting a lot of damage. Finally Despair onto Kawaii Adam. But the shield will be enough. Gonna get chunked to about half HP. They're living artillery doing a lot of damage. The Severing Bull! It was completely blind! Cyclone hits that! And that's going to be 4-0 for Cyclone now, as he puts the fissure right behind him. And Kawaii Adams, he's so dead. Cyclone, you're just too damn good at the game, as they're trying to take you out, but it won't be enough. It's only going to be Ram only onto one, flashing over the wall, getting that Brimmer proc. 3-man knock up, 3-man taunt, so much CC coming down, but there's no more damage. Frost doesn't have the mana. He doesn't have a single mana item. Is Jesus Juice, he will get taken out there. The Beta Shaw's going down once again. The Stained United a little bit of frisky, but Linksy is here, does have the Unstoppable Force in 10 seconds, so that means the rest of the team has to leave. GCC overstayed for the fight, and they could not follow it up.
Oh, man, that was just a hard watch, if I've ever seen it. I mean, they did a lot of good protocol in terms of livability, but it just simply wasn't enough, and Cyclone getting pick after pick, just adding stacks upon that Dark Seal, as well as having that Blackfire Torch online. I mean, just crazy amounts of damage, and hitting those skill shots too. I mean, you have to note that those aren't easy bolts to hit. So I mean, I think it's impressive how well that they're doing. Truly, I have to say it's textbook from TFF.
I mean, they're just so good at like playing the map. Like 14 plays to 12. The gold lead is slightly in TFF's favor now, but like I don't know, like is that like complete int? Like Frost doesn't have a single mana item, and like Asol's entire like shtick is like having a bunch of mana just to like breathe, because he only has the mana flow band to like supplement the mana. And as you saw, it's not doing it enough. So he really needs to. I honestly expected it to see like a Blackfire Torch first item instead of a Rylai's Liandry's.
Yeah.
So, yeah, instead of Asol picking up the blue buff, it's going to be Kawaii Adam. Went for a PD second. What? Okay, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. But Drake is going to get started up here by TFF, and they will pick up their third Drake and Soul Point with the Hextech Drake. So this is, I mean, TFF, they're in a great spot. Like they scale damn near just as hard, and they have excellent team fight. Like they cannot, like, oh, Taste. He's gonna have to be a little bit careful there. As Call the Forge God coming through, gonna miss out on the fear, as that's gonna be a fat ult right on top of the Hui. Will they get him in time? As that's gonna be reset. Jinx is starting to go bananas here. It's been 1-for-1. The tank is down here. Asol is on the other side of the wall, trying to breathe down the Breath of Light onto Singular Bread, but they will not be able to get that down enough. It's gonna be a 2-for-0. Top laner and support down for GCC, but Cyclone is out of the fight. But it's gonna be a one-team fight overall for TFF.
Yeah, I mean, they just have, I think, better positioning in the river there, as well as better team fight in general. So I think, you know, not being able to position well, not being able to get Jinx in a good position to just, like, fire away, it's just, like, the nail in the coffin there.
Yeah, like, playing in those corridors against a Hui is so hard. Like, Jinx got completely zoned out by Hui. And, like, you still gotta watch for the Amumu and the Malphite. Like, it's so hard for the Jinx to walk up and put the damage out, like you said. Like they get the kill, but like the whole team was just split up. They really couldn't follow up. So, I mean, the gold lead's pretty much dead even. Like at this point, it's kind of like it's up to execution and TFF. Like they're up 3 Drake, so like that gold lead is a little bit of a placebo. So now, next Drake spawning in about 3 minutes. Baron's up on the table, and it's like, I don't know. It's so hard for GCC to play these fights because their team is so dependent on positioning, but you have 2 very immobile champions playing into a Malphite Mumu, so it's you know, it's always a bit of a pickle to try to pump out the damage when your 2 DPS are kind of like just under so much threat all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of just team fighting in general, TFF just like has a better composition that is able to target this Jinx that is supposed to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And I mean, Kog'Maw has been doing fat bits of damage as well. So Kog'Maw gets away with a lot as well with having such a solid frontline. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, if I'm being honest.
Like, I don't know. I'm saying I stand by it. Like this Shen was a terrible pick. Like you have no other engage except for Ornn. Like Ornn was just solo like 5v1 in the front line, and he just couldn't really do anything because like once the Call the Forge God comes out, top lane, Unstoppable Force onto 2 members. They're going under the tower.
Oh my.
That's gonna be Curse of the Sad Mummy onto 2. Call the Forge God finally coming through. Crescendo onto the Ornn. And it's a 4-man knockup. Here comes the rest of the team to help assist here as Frost is here. Gonna call down the star on top of the Malphite, but the slow will not quite be enough. He's flying in. He's breathing the light as knockup onto the Malphite. That's a big shutdown going over to Frost. He doesn't have the mana to continue the fight. So that means they're going to have to start disengaging here. He's going to fly in. He's 0 mana. He doesn't have a single mana item. Like, what is he doing?
What?
Oh my god, Momo is going deep. As Frost has no more mana, he's not able to continue the fight. He's going to get hit with the Banish Toss. He's going to use the last of his mana to fly away as much as he can. And that's going to be all she wrote. It's going to be 1 kill going over to GCC, and Jinx is going to get a lot of free money in that mid lane as Hui is raining down these severing bolts like a storm to keep the rest of GCC from resetting for free, as they also trade a top lane tower here.
Yeah, and I mean, that tower is definitely gonna be a thorn in the side of GCCE. I mean, the pressure in the top lane is rough, and I mean, we also have pressure in the bot lane as well. All of these extremities all across the map for TFF to play with when they want to pressure objectives or pressure, you know, GCCE off of objectives.
Like I'm just beating like a dead horse at this point. Like this Aesol, he doesn't have mana. If he had presence of mind, I wouldn't mind him, but like now he's going to die. He doesn't have the fly anymore. He's gonna get CC'd up. Sand United coming down, but it's way too late, man. Teleport coming in for the Ornn. He's in the middle of 4 members. But he's able to use the steering charge to get on out there. Not gonna get hit with any of the CC. As a move, I stand a little corrected as Mumu lands the first Banish Toss, 2 Banish Tosses. He is so tanky. That Ornn is pretty much full MR. Kog'Maw isn't here. Like, he's taking no damage. Like, what is this? As the Call to Force God comes through, gonna get interrupted with the Unstoppable Force. As Lynxie forced to flash away, Jinx is there, does have that last whisper, does a lot of damage. As Adam is gonna get slowed up, he hits with the zap, he's gonna get chased down. Forward with the Mantra Q, as that's gonna be a curse on the Sad Mummy on the back line onto 2 members. Crescendo landing onto the Jinx, but she flashes away just barely in the nick of time. Searing Charge not gonna land onto anybody. Singular Bread is getting lower and lower. Lynxie is in the front line. Kog'Maw is here, and he is running it down into the enemy team as TFF are pushing back against GCC. Frost finally is up on the respawn as he is going to come in there, does not have the teleport, is able to fly in. Taste taking a lot of unnecessary damage, but Drake is up now. They don't want to lose this soul. No teleports for the side of GCC. They cannot reset here, but lots of key ultimates for TFF, and they just pick up the soul. There's no contest, and TFF pick up the soul for free, and GCC have to watch them do it.
I mean, yeah, wow. I mean, they just shredded that dragon, and I have to say, Sona getting so much healing and shield value as well, which was crazy. In these long extended fights, it definitely matters. Karma really only having that shield up and the heal not being as effective, I feel, as the Sona, and that, you know, it might also just be, it could be just a champion diff, I don't know.
Oof, it's definitely Sona is just completely disgusting. Like the Diadem song plus Echoes of Helia. Probably this game you probably don't go Echoes just because you don't want to walk up that far to get some damage
Yeah.
down. But like Diadem song is such an OP item for Sona, because you're just pumping out so much heals, and the sustain in the fights is crazy. Because Sona's biggest issue is mana, but now like you get a tier item, you get a tier support item, you're chilling. But Jinx is really strong. The ornaments are starting to come through. Jinx has the she has the upgraded IE, starting to build that LDR. Like this Jinx is online, but I don't know. It's like GCC, they're just so desynced in these team fights. Like they can't really pick one person out to just blow up and get the resets. But that's a lot of damage onto Lynxie there, as he's gonna have to be careful. That's a full MR Ornn, so he's just gonna kind of just keep running at him. Level 17, should have another. You know, he can give out 4 more ornaments or 3 more, so gonna have to play on that timer a little bit there. So make sure everybody has their items in the right slot. But lots of we're starting to get into late game now. Everybody is starting to get 3 items. Asol has the I forgot what that's called. Had the Bloodletter's Curse now. So like he's having a great time. Like he's at currently 359 Stardust. So he's doing a lot of damage. Has that empowered ultimate also to apply it to the rest of the enemy team there. So having a great utility there while pushing out a lot of damage. So right now, I mean, this is a breaking point. The game's been dead even for so long, but Soul going over to TFF, that's that's kind of like something you don't see in the gold graph. As full prio for TFF around the Baron. They could honestly just start this up, and they will. As you have a Mumu with a lot of AP champions, they're going to start this up. It's going to get spotted by the Farsight. So Taste is coming down. He is by himself. Jinx is not here for the fight just yet. So it's going to be a little bit desynced here from the side of GCC. Finally, Jinx is coming through, as let's see who pulls off the first engage. That's going to be Unstoppable Force onto the Ornn to disrupt the Ornn horn. But that's going to be Singular Bread going in. He's not going to land the CC. He's going to get taken down. That's the first recent 3-man crescendo as a 4-man star. Adam is getting hit with a Breath of Light. 3 members down for the side of TFF. And Jinx is going absolutely ballistic. Stage United coming down. A triple kill going over to the Asol. And that's going to be Taste going to live there with the Karma Shield. Severing Bolt landing on top as the artillery starts coming through. Is Taste, he's dodging out, he's bobbing, he's weaving. You can dodge a lightning bolt, you can dodge a ball. Oh my god, that was a lot of damage. As Cyclone, he's still running around trying to disrupt them as much as he can, but Ornn is trying to stop this from disrupting the Baron. It's going to be TFF finally picking up their first Baron of the game here. That's a big stagger, but the Elder will not spawn until 3 minutes. 3 members with the Baron buff for GCC as they pick up their first Baron of the series.
Yo guys, this might be the first time in a while that GCCE is up right now. Oh my days. And that was just beautiful, beautiful work. I mean, also Lynxie there with the Unstoppable Force. Disrupting the Ornn horn was some crazy tech and interaction, which I loved. But I mean, Jinx was able to sit back, and that's exactly what you wanted. Frost dealing a good bit of damage. Ultimate was on point for that team fight, and I mean, I guess you can't be too upset about the Shin. It worked out in the end for that team fight.
Yeah, I mean 0, 1, and 6. I mean, doing his job like that. The Spear's Refuge is doing great work against the Kog'Maw because most of the tanks are like full MR, and you're using the Spear's Refuge. Kog'Maw is pretty much like damn near like 80% autos. As Singular Bread, he might be called out here. Searing Charge gonna knock him up, but this is going to be Baron or Elder priority up in a minute here. This Baron is kind of being wasted here. It's going to be up for about another minute and a half. So they really want to start getting this lane priority here, pushing out these lanes, because that's a big wave in the bot lane for TFF. As Taste, he's walking up in front to make sure he can kind of protect his team. Singular Bread not quite getting an engage he wants. But like you said, like I honestly think instead of using the Unstoppable Force to interrupt the Ornn, like you need to use it to go on Jinx and just layer it with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Like you really need to do that. If you're gonna use anything to interrupt the Call of the Forge God, probably use Sona ult just because she gets it back so quick with the ultimate haste in her passive. But it's gonna be 5 members strong in the mid lane here. They don't want to give this Elder. It's going to be up right about now here. So now whoever loses this team fight is going to possibly lose the game, as the gold lead's still in GCC's favor. They're kind of just playing around this mid wave, but this Baron is doing absolutely nothing. You need to send Shen away to split push a little bit. He has to stay united to group with the team there. So now it's just 5 members just messing around this mid wave. Is just there's not really anything to talk about.
We're just ARAM simulator right now.
Yeah, like they're just not doing anything with this Baron. It's just such a waste. Like I think it was actually a negative Baron power play. Like they lost like 1,000 gold off of it.
I would have loved to see somebody go top, you know,
or somebody go bot, or just literally anywhere that's not mid. Like they're just like.
And this might be, I don't know. I don't know why we are all here.
Yeah, like, what are they doing? Like, Asol is going to get the reset off, does have that Rabadon's death cap, so he is going to hit like a semi-truck if he lands that star. Doesn't quite have the empowered ultimate just yet, but now, TFF have the fast track to the Elder Drake. So they're going to have full priority in the river. No real vision for the side of GCC. They're going to have to face check into this with their 2 tanks. But that's going to be Jesus, or Jesus Juice. That's a lot of damage on the Cyclone. He's going to get JCC'd. Will they get the reset on top of him? But the Smiling Despair on the first 2 tanks. Singular Bread going into the backline all by himself. Will he get taken down? Yes, he will. Double force on top of the Jinx. But it will be way too late, as Jinx is already getting excited. She's doing so much damage. That's going to be 2 kills going down. Cyclone flashing forward. Get the rocket down. Frost going to claim that kill. But triple kill going over to Kawhi Adam, and that's going to be the Elder Drake here for GCC, as Kawhi Adam, he's chasing. He really wants that quadra kill, but Chrome alone will clear that bot wave, and that should be the Elder Drake for the side of GCC.
I mean, this is just exactly what TFF did to GCCE last time, and now it's their turn, and the Jinx hashtag scaled. This is exactly what you want to see if you're at GCCE, and I mean, beautiful work from every member of the team. I mean, Jinx Gaming, guys. What can I say? But I mean, Frost did a really great job in that team fight, and Jesus Juice did a lot of good work just kind of living there for quite a long time. Which, you know, Shen being a very close range melee champion, it makes me nervous seeing him in there like that, but he did a good job.
Yeah, I mean, you got the 2 full MR tanks against quintuple AP. Like they're just living for so long. Like there's no damage, and like Asol drops the singularity and just completely like halts the fight. Like everybody's just completely slow. That forced out like 3 flashes at the tail end of that team fight, and Kawhi Adam just went absolutely ballistic. Like this Amumu doesn't have a lot of HP. Like Abyssal Mass doesn't give a lot of HP, and then you have the Frozen Heart, which gives 0 HP. So it's really rough because that team fight was just really good there. They were just so desynced. They have the Elder Drake, or the Elder buff, for about another minute and 45 seconds here, so they could try to force something possibly to try to end this game here. They have a 6.2k gold lead. This is a rendition of last game, so now, but instead, now this is a decisive game here. It's so hard for them to throw this lead, as they're against
don't
the
say
Soul,
that.
but
Please
the Soul
don't say that.
won't be enough, it looks like, as they finally break open the base at 39 minutes. We are into late game now, as Jinx looking, I think she might be building a GA with that BF sword. Yeah, she should be a GA. Baron is up in the cards for GCCE. They should be able to burn this down, honestly, as Jinx just starts this thing right up. The rest of TFF is coming closely behind here to look to interrupt this play, as Taste is going to zone out Singular Bread. They spot out where he's at, and the Baron for GCCE Chronoshift, as they look to play this fight a bit. That's going to be a big ult, and that's going to be a flip Maruski from Lynxie. He's gonna get chunked down. The Elder Drake will pick up that kill, and that's gonna be Jinx getting excited. Double kills now. She's getting faster and faster. She's ramping up. Frost gonna pick up that kill, and that is going to be 4 members down for TFF, and GCCE are going to look to end this game. Singular Bread has come to terms with this loss, as that will be GCCE bringing us to a game 4.
No way, guys. I mean, it's exactly what they needed to do here, and the Jinx pick was the method, but with Jinx and Smolder off the board, I don't know if they can pull that one off again.
We were hating going into the draft. Like, we were hating on that draft, but like, it worked. Like, I don't know how it worked, but it worked. It's like, it's just TFF, they just couldn't sync up those engages to get on top of the Jinx, and she was just able to just free fire. They didn't have enough damage in the back lane. That Karma was doing so much work. Like, I will be first to say, I'm sorry, I was being a hater, but that was a crazy game. Like, actually, like this game, Kawhi Adam, put the team on his back and just carried a lot of those team fights. Same thing with Frost. Like, he didn't die so much early game. Like, there's a lot of resources put against him early, and he didn't really die that much. 9, 4, and 8, 700 gold bounty at the end of the game, 5.5 items. Like, he did really good. Like, for player of the game, like, I honestly really couldn't tell you between it's kind of a mashup between him and Kawhi Adam.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the first time we've gotten to see Kawhi Adam really come online. I mean, he's been consistent in farming, but he doesn't really have much agency in those team fights. So, having a good front line like we had this time, I think was great. And I mean, there was one time where Kawhi Adam was again a little bit late to the fight. But this time it didn't matter. Last time, I feel like maybe something could have been done differently. But I mean, in terms of gold, I mean, they were consistently on the board. There were a few times where it was a little bit iffy for TFF, and I thought that, oh, they had these advantages because of, objective buffs and whatnot. But I mean, looking at the gold leads, they were consistently, ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll be the first to say, like, I was very doubtful, but GCCE, they pull it off. Now, we're gonna see if they can bring us to a game 5, or if that was just a one-off win. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back, gamers, as this is game 4 between GCCE, Chronoshift, and TFF. TFF opting for red side this time around. And looking across at the bans, I don't really expect too much to be any different here, as GCC pull off a very convincing miracle win there, as they extend the series a bit longer as they start their little journey towards a reverse sweep now. As GCC, curious to see what they're going to first pick for priority here, because I think game one, yeah, they had game one, they had blue side, and they picked Wukong. So lots of we're in game 4 fearless now. This is where the the kind of off the chain stuff starts coming out here, as Caitlyn going to be banned instead of the Mordekaiser. So let's see if they go to, and okay, then they just rip and best off rip. So curious to see if that's going to go jungle or top lane here.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely go jungle or top, and I mean, the Nami is open to play for sure. I think that TFF should, I mean, not TFF, but I think GCCE should lean towards more comfort picks here, and go for the Nami that they're comfortable playing.
Like honestly, I would like to see a Corki Nami. Like that's like such an elite combination. But I mean, who knows? We'll see. It is a no pick, so not too sure. It's Sejuani. So TFF picks Sejuani,
Okay.
which is it's pretty interesting. Not quite off the rails as much as I would like, but it'll buff.
It could be
And
off
it's gonna
the
be
rails.
Nautilus. Oh, okay. I like this.
My friend, my very close friend who's GM, is a Sejuani top one trick. So that could be off the rails if you see it top.
Honestly, it's really strong actually. Like you do you do like either grasp or comet, and like people always forget Sejuani does like a lot of base damage. Like the W does so much. It's gonna be Trundle to counter it. So it's gonna be Mbessa top Trundle jungle here. So now we're getting a little frisky here. So they know Mbessa's top, so they're gonna throw Sejuani jungle. I really want to see a Renekton R3 here, because Renekton is a hard counter to that to the Mbessa. So we'll see if they will follow through with that, or if they'll just pick like some nice little comforts. As we see Corki being picked away here. So we're gonna see if they match the ADC pick, or if they look for that match that top pick here for TFF.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the Corki. I'd love to see the Nami. Or maybe, I feel like Emilio.
Melio is such a sleeper pick, like especially into a Sejuani. It's also a counter to Nautilus, because the only thing is you have to time the Q correctly, and it's going to be Yunara Nautilus. Okay, that's a very interesting pairing. You don't see something like that very often. Usually you pair Yunara with a strong enchanter like Lulu or Nami or something like that, but they go Yunara Nautilus, so they lock in the bot lane here. So now GCC, they have a little space. They can start banning out counters to the Mbessa, or they can kind of just start pinching up that mid lane pool here. Because we're in game 4 fearless. It's 30 champions are out already, and so they're gonna start banning. It looks like they're just gonna start banning away those top counters, like I just mentioned before here. So they're gonna ban the Gnar and expect to see a Renekton banned away, unless what's this? Linksy doesn't play it.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing again the Nivea ban coming out, and a Galio as well. So I'm expecting, of course, another mage in the mid lane, and they're preventing a mage counter pick, I guess.
Okay. I mean, Renekton's up. Renekton is a great pick in general to like what we see for GCC so far. But I mean, it doesn't really look like they're too scared of playing into it. Uh, I mean, also Renekton is really good with Sejuani, and Poppy might get picked up here. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but yeah, they're gonna pick the Poppy. So Poppy being locked up into that top lane there against the Mbessa. So we're gonna say GCC. They're gonna look to pick up this Lissandra. It looks like it's a hover, but not too sure why you would pick Lissandra. But I mean, it's good lockdown, so it'll buff. So they're gonna pick up that Lissandra, and it's going to be that Corky Nami.
Oh, oh,
Never
oh,
mind, never
oh.
mind. Up, up,
Yo,
up.
chill,
We're
chill,
getting
chill,
baited.
chill, chill,
Yep, we're getting
chill, chill,
baited.
chill.
We're getting baited. Up,
Okay,
yep,
thank you.
there we go. They lock in that pick, and yep, it's gonna be Corky Nami in that bot lane. So that's a very strong duo that you have to be really careful about. And
Mhm.
Victor being hovered up here for TFF. See if Cyclone is going to pilot that, or yeah, Cyclone is gonna pilot that Victor. And instead, it might be Aurora. You know, they're kind of baiting us around a little bit here as we give a little shout out to Tiny Esports with the raid there. Nice. Thanks y'all for giving us
Thank
some
you,
extra
thank
viewers
you.
in the chat. And it's going to be TFF. They're locking in that Aurora. So now it's for those of y'all that just joined, it is a Sejuani jungle for TFF. That no pick, but I don't know, man.
Mhm.
Looking at these comps, it's kind of a little off the
Hey,
rails.
there's a
I think
world where it's Poppy Jungle,
it could be a
Sejuani
Sejuani
top.
top, but GCC, like the only thing with their comp is that they don't have engage outside of Mbessa diving in by herself, which is not very ideal. But I
Yeah.
mean, tidal wave on top with Lissandra diving in also. I mean, it's not too bad, but I mean,
If
with
you
how
miss the
these have been
tidal
playing,
wave,
like,
it's a huge air ball.
yeah, it's just like the teams haven't really been like super synced on the engages. They kind of just
Yeah.
do their thing, and they're like, I got one. So looking at the comps, I mean, TFF they have a pretty nice composition. They have great engage. They have good pick. They have they counter a lot of the dashes from the Mbessa and Corki. So they have really good pick potential. And GCC, like their comp is I mean they have great single target damage and they have like a good amount of like AoE. But I mean overall, I mean I favor TFF's composition a good bit more.
Um, yeah, I mean, I definitely like TFF's comp. And I mean, again, it's just the classic like protect the president. We've got Nautilus, Sejuani, and Poppy to kind of shove them off of Yunara. And I mean, Yunara and Aurora both have a fat bit of damage to deal. Um, as well as the lockdown from the Aurora ulti. Um, Looking at the history of these fearless drafts, I mean, we saw the Smolder dominate the end game, and we saw the Jinx dominate the end game. And I mean, the Jinx really was the knife, the key to the comeback from GCC Chronoshift. But without a heavy scaler like Jinx, can they do it again?
Oh yeah, it's like ugh. Yunara is I don't know. Yunara is like a weird champ. Like if you don't have an enchanter, it's a little rough. But we'll see if GCCE Chrono Shift can bring it back, bring us to Silver Scrapes, or if TFF will end this and give them a gentleman's sweep here. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome everybody to Game 4 as we get onto Rift for GCCE Chronoshift versus TFF. Looking across the board. Once again,
Oh yeah.
nothing too crazy. And a game like this, I mean, we're getting really deep into Fearless. You know, this is where you start getting things that you don't really see very often to start coming out here. You know, especially in you know, like lower elo amateur play. And you start getting kind of like all these weirder picks, but Singular Bread gonna spot out the deeper vision on his Raptors. So let's see how they play around that here. So you're gonna have that little bit of information, but with how camps spawn nowadays, you kind of just know that like once they place that ward, they don't have enough time to run all the way to the other side here as bot lane. Just kind of dancing around a little bit here, trying to get skirting around that, but they're gonna get full vision on the Trundle doing his blue buff. And this is going to be, I think this game's going to be real juicy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're gonna see an Ember versus a Poppy. And I mean, Poppy is a tough champion, but if you understand her interactions, I think she's pretty easy to deal with.
Bot
Oh,
lane.
look at
This will be a
this.
dredge line onto WL Turner. Chromalone does not have that Q stacked up. He's going to go in. He's going to get taken down. The auto's going to do the flash coming out. And that's first blood going over to Kawhi Adam. And that's going to be the dredge line. Perfect timer. He was not perfect on that time. He does not block the dredge line. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 there. Supportal combat. But Kawhi Adam is going to be absolutely okay with that as he picks up that extra 300 gold.
Yeah, mind you, Perfect Timer opted for the Electrocute Nami damage. And not the Summonary.
So that is a little bit off the wall. So they did change it. So like, your WE won't proc Electrocute anymore like that. So they did change that.
Is that patched yet or no?
Yeah, they changed it like a while ago because like it's just so OP. Because like you put your E on somebody, they proc it 3 times and it procs your Electrocute.
Yeah.
Because it applies your damage, quote unquote. So they did change that a while ago.
The damage buff will be nice for Corki though.
Yeah, that little extra bit of damage might have them win out in these 2v2s a bit more here. But Adam did not reset with that extra kill gold, so it's going to be a little bit of a roughie. But right now, I mean, it's a little bit of a goldie for GCCE, but now the bubble landing right on top of Chrome Alone, and he is going to get pillared up here. He's going to get taken down, and Kawhi Adam picking up his second kill of the game here. Adam doesn't have flash, or actually does have flash, and he still gets killed with the Phantom as Jesus Juice. It's going to be 3-1 here before 3 minutes.
I mean, if this is a game, I mean, GCCE getting these early kills for the ADC is really nice, especially because of the performance last game. Really what you want to see from Kawhi Adam for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Corki Nami strength, and they are doing so good in this lane, really taking advantage of that. Like Carmel just doesn't look so comfortable on that on the Yunara, you know, top lane. Singular Bread looking to kind of even out the kill score a little bit here. Tactics or Taze, he is going to get stunned up here, flashing away. No mana on Lynxie, but that shouldn't really be a kill, I think. He should just be able to get on out there. That's going to be the pillar of Frost in the top lane, and that is going to be Taste getting on out mid lane, almost getting a solo kill, and the Ignite will burn him down. Cyclone picking up a solo kill in the mid lane.
I mean, Jesus Juice here showing up when needed most. And I have to say, that's exactly what we want to see as a mini adjustment from the gameplay that we have been seeing from GCC. Frost dying early, I mean, that's a tale of oldest time, but we've seen how Frost is able to deal with being a little bit behind in the early game. So definitely nothing to sneeze at quite yet in terms of the mid lane matchup. But we're seeing an Ignite from Cyclone rather than a TP from Frost. So I think that Frost will be able to have a little bit more presence in lane, despite, you know, being killed rather early.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of map presence overall. You know, it's something that you really want as Lissandra. You're not really looking to get solo kills as Lissandra. Bot lane, I mean, you know what's rough when the Yunara has to W farm? Oh, wow, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's Aurora Gaming for you. Just disgusting amounts of damage.
I mean, Cyclone has that between worlds. He does have that ult. He has a level 6 advantage, so could possibly look to make a play there soon. But right now, I mean, it's still 1,000 gold lead in favor of GCCE. They're gonna get a little clear some vision in the bot lane, so they could look to start up this Drake. But it's gonna be a 4v4 here, as you see them on the little mini map. As we're gonna see Nami gonna whiff the bubble. They do have full vision. The damage not quite landing. It's gonna land all onto Jesus Juice. Should be able to kind of sustain it up a little bit there. Frost gonna zone Cyclone off of the mid wave a little bit there, but it's not going to really result in a team fight, as it's going to be a heroic charge into the wall there. Tace is taking a good bit of damage, but does have that public execution, so could have looked to sustain or extend the play. So right now, I mean, the game's starting to slow down a little bit here. First Drake already up on the table. It is an Infernal. So we'll see who will claim that one first here. There's a nice little bubble lane, and we talked about the Porky Nami combo, and Chrome alone will get killed for the 3rd time here. Top lane, Lynxie does not have any more mana, and he will be forced back. And it's just an absolute domination here by Kawhi Adams and WL Perfect Timer, as the bubble doesn't quite land here, but the slows are coming through, and the Phosphorus Bomb doing so much damage, completely erasing the shield on Adam.
I mean, fat damage from Corki there. I didn't even know what's truly possible, but I have to assume it's also from that Nami buff. Lynxie, though, punishing this overstay.
Yes, he does have the ultimate. Honestly, I think if he kept going, he might have got a kill, because he does have a biscuit. See, honestly, I thought he could have turned it. Or actually, no, he doesn't have the public execution. Okay, never mind. It looks kind of weird on the stream. But for now, it's a pretty sizable gold lead being accrued in that bot lane. Like, Corki first built. Oh man, it's so rough. He got a plated steel caps. It's a roughie there in the bot lane. Like, he hits like a truck and you can't kill him. Oh man, it's rough. But Sejuani gonna pick up the first Drake of the game for TFF. I mean, I think they've had like a 100% first Drake take so far, as that's gonna be WL Perfect Timer having to flash away there to avoid that permafrost. So it is going to be, I mean, still about the same gold lead, nothing too crazy. And Corki is just chilling. He's so strong right now.
Yeah, for sure. 3-1. And I mean, a great performance from Perfect Timer as well. Not being punished at all. And as I say that, taking a little bit of poke damage for funsies. My eyes are looking to this top lane matchup as well as the mid lane in terms of getting some prio for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, like, even though Tace is in a counter up, mid lane, that's a solo kill. And Frost is down.
That's so sad.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, you know. Just taking a lot of poke damage, you know. Cyclone able to sustain with the passive. So top lane, I mean, even though Lynxie has a counter matchup, he's kind of, you know, down in the CS. I mean, he's not that down that much. But he was down a little bit before. So this counter matchup is, you know, not doing great. I mean, if you're getting countered and you're pretty much even, that's a win.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. As long as you're keeping your farm up and not dying too much, I count that as a win personally.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's chilling in top lane, as I speak a little bit too soon there. Does get put into the wall, does have that public execution to extend the play there, gets hit with the hammer. Lynxie doesn't have any more mana, does land that Q2, Sejuani is topside, so that's going to delay that play. But now the gold lead is kind of starting to dwindle a little bit here. Those 2 solo kills really equalizing out the gold. Top lane, Lynxie is going to get hit with the subjugate. Gonna have to flash over the wall soon. But he's going to flash. He's just going into the pit. He's all by himself. Flash forward by Frost. I didn't think he needed to flash. But that's going to be the Frozen Tomb on top of Cyclone. He does have to flash to get over the wall here. But no more follow-up damage, meaning he doesn't have to flash. But that's going to be Jesus Juice picking up his first kill of the game here. So now the gold lead is going into GCCE's favor. Adam taking a lot of damage there. That Electrocute doing wonders in that lane. As TFF, their bot lane is having a really rough time, starting to get put into a 30 CS deficit now. As Adam is BMing a little bit, but it's not going his way, as he takes a lot more chunk damage. Just have 2 biscuits to eat up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is good looks from GCCE. They have a nice 2K kind of padding on them right now, so they can afford to, have a unfortunate loss or two in terms of team fights or objectives. But I mean, not as scary. We don't have those crazy scalers that we saw last two games, so I don't have to have that little kind of mouse in my ear telling me not to get too comfortable, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, GCC have a nice little buffer, but like their bot lane is so far ahead, like they really shouldn't have to worry about like losing out on these leads. Frost is gonna get chunked like crazy once again here. It just looks like an uncomfortable matchup. Like he doesn't really know like the spacing there for Aurora, so just kind of getting hit with everything all the time there. So hasn't really been able to get out this lane, constantly getting pushed in. 3 members of TFF are in that mid lane, so they're looking to make a play on Frost once again here. Like he's just getting bullied so much, but like compared to the first game, like he's kind of just chilling a bit. Like by now, like for game 1 he was down, I think he was like 0-4 or something. Like or 0-3. It was like really bad. But now, he's having a lot better time knowing how TFF kind of like posture around mid lane a ton. He's gonna spot out the Sejuani over the Raptor wall as GCCE. I mean, they're just accruing this lead bot lane. It's so oppressive. Like they can't do anything about it. As 4 members of TFF are coming bot here. Singular Bread is behind. He's gonna get the stun. Depth charge onto the Nami.
Oh no!
The Tuna Wave coming up out to 3. Permafrost on top of it. But that's gonna be Cyclone going in. He's picking it up. As that's gonna be a shutdown going over the Sejuani. Teleport coming in by the Embessa. Does have that public execution to continue a play. As that's gonna be Frozen Tomb right on top of the
Nice.
Cyclone. He will get taken out. See if he gets something in return. But Frost will pick up that one, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade of shutdowns. But it's unfortunate Sejuani picked up that kill on the Corki.
I mean, definitely a better kind of team fight in the favor of TFF in terms of getting a nice shutdown for a jungler that is pretty tanky and has a good amount of CC. So, I mean, Singular Red just gets a lot of value from being alive, I think.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It would have been better if it went to like Aurora.
The
but,
yeah.
But hey, tanky. Hey, money is money. It's going somewhere still pretty nice as long as it doesn't go to the support. Because supports always have to be broke. But right now, I mean, funny enough, Chromalone actually finished his first item before the Corki because the Corki opted to finish the tier 2 boots. But I mean, Corki already finished the ADC quest, so gonna get that first, already getting that Triforce. So he's gonna be a little beefy now with that little extra bit of HP. So it's gonna be really nice to have. Now this Corki is gonna be able to kind of ball out a little bit, but really gonna need a McHale's later, or honestly probably should have went for a cleanse this game, against the Sejuani. But for now, he's just gonna kind of chill out with that barrier here, losing out a bit of a lead, but it's gonna be pretty negligible. Still holding a 2K gold lead over his lane opponent, and pretty much holding the entire gold lead for GCCE.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely anybody's game still. I mean, two Drakes on the board gives TFF, I think, a comfortable setting in terms of objectives. I mean, Linksy here doing a bit of damage, but Taste getting some of their own.
Taste.
But the flash
He's gonna get a little bit of
here.
He's gonna get a taste of his own as he's gonna get hit into the wall with a heroic charge. That goes the keeper's verdict, and Linksy gonna pick up that kill as Trundle. He does have the subjugate, but I don't think he wins out the 2v1 just yet. So he's just gonna have to back on out there. That's gonna be Dreadline onto the Corki, but I don't think this is a fight you want, buddy. At the depth charge onto the Corki, I'm not too sure why he jumped out. He could have kept it going, but he's just gonna have to back on out. Chrome doesn't have that barrier quite yet there, but damn near dies despite all the CC landing. As mid lane, Frost is starting to win out these fights a little bit more here. Does have that frozen tomb, no between worlds for the Aurora quite yet there. So possibly could have looked to keep going for that fight, as lots of turret plates going over to Jesus Juice here. As Lynxie is here to reinforce, that's one plate down top lane, but Singular Bread is here, but he's just going to hit the Scryer's Bloom to spot him out a little bit better, teleport back in mid for Frost, and they are looking to posture around this Herald.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like this Herald kind of posture that we're seeing, simply because I think it'll prove to be a little bit... Okay, never
Bot
mind.
lane, yep, he's dead. It's over. Chrome alone. Yep, you're dead. Not really too much to say, you know. Just a very unfortunate little face check, you know. But he will get taken down once again here. Gonna start pushing that gold lead up now, 2.7k. Once again, all on the Corki. So he's gonna look to get some turret plates bought here. But that's 2 tanks. I don't think this is a fight they win. Tidal Wave onto 2, trying to go on top of the Sejuani. The Dredgeline is going to go completely wide. Between worlds going on top of the Corki. He will get taken down here, but it's going to go over to the Nautilus. Why?
No,
Taste, he's going to get stunned up. The depth charge going down. So does the Glacial Prison. Gonna buffer the CC a little bit with the public execution, but he will still get taken down here. Lynxie teleporting in, but that is such a bad teleport there, feeding free gold to TFF, and the gold lead is going to go down by about 1,000, but first tower is going to go down in the mid lane, so Frost picking up a good amount of money, and for the second tower will go down to the top lane also.
Yeah, I mean, those TPs, they really want to secure those picks on the bot lane to punish, but I mean, Trundle was just pushing up. And, I mean, Frost was mid. Like, they definitely made some choices there in terms of macro, and I don't know if they were the right ones. Oh, the stun coming, though. Overstaying here from Jesus.
He does have the subjugate, so I think he just walks out. I don't think they have enough damage. Yeah, 2 tanks going on to a Trundle with subjugate. Yeah, you're not going to win that, buddy. As Jesus Juice only going to have to pop the ultimate. No real objectives up for about another 30 seconds here, so I don't think he's going to have the subjugate up for the fight. So this is a soul point here. Mountain Drake is really nice here, so this is something you really don't want to give up. So full prio for the side of TFF here. Cyclone is bot lane. That tower is real low, so you have to be really careful about that. Cyclone gonna have to be careful, that frozen tomb, to lock him down and pop him. So now a little bit of a spreading from GCCE, as they're gonna just lose all the prio they just put down. So now there's no wards for Perfect Timer to put down to try to play this Drake here. But they say, you know what, we're just gonna give Soul Point, we're gonna play the fight later on. Herald gonna get spawned up mid lane here, and Taste is split pushing top lane also, so that's gonna be a lot of gold going into GCCE. But you know, losing the Soul Point is a little rough, and this is something that is going to make every team fight afterwards a lot more dangerous. As mid lane, Herald's going to get another charge here. Lynxie going to get the heroic charge onto the Trundle. He's going to get CC'd up. The dredge line didn't land. Death charge onto the Trundle here, but they're going to go between worlds, going to use the frozen tomb to heal up a little bit. Dredgeline not landing once again, but the heroic charge on the other side of the wall. That's going to be a route onto the Nautilus, but Chromo picking up his first kill of the game. That's public execution onto the Nautilus. He's going to get taken down here. Taste will also follow the same, but that's a kill going over to the Trundle. Nami is going to get taken down. Kawaii is going ballistic here. Trying to get the cleave, but that's going to be Chrome Adam. He's going crazy. Oh my god, quadra kill going over to TFF's Chrome alone. It's going to be an ace at 19 minutes.
I mean, both of those ADCs are putting in the work. I mean, it was just a damage and frontline diff in terms of everybody else. I mean, I had to say, I think the Perfect Timer did all they could do there, but I mean, in terms of, you know, fighting in the jungle, positioning and whatnot, they couldn't find the exact value they were looking for. I mean, Dredgeline being missed their early fight, I think made up for that in terms of support versus support in that team fight. But I mean, just crazy team fight
I
there.
if I mean the gold lead is still in the Corki's favor, but that's a lot. That's a big influx of gold. As bot lane Frost is gonna get caught out again here, using the Frozen Tomb, healing up a little bit. The Locket's gonna get popped up, and he's gonna get ignited. He's gonna get taken down. Eventually, here the Dredge line is going to whiff between worlds, forced to use between worlds to be safer than sorry. So gold lead still in GCCE's favor, but now TFF are showing signs of life here. They are not gonna go down without a fight. As GCCE, they're kind of starting to the cracks are starting to show a little bit here, as they're starting to kind of bleed up their gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely gonna be able to crawl their way back here, and as I was saying, it's still like anybody's game here, but I mean, Soul Point is on the board.
Yeah, I mean they cannot lose this next fight. Like, the other soul, what was it, Hextech Soul? They won against. Like, Hextech Soul's not bad, but Mountain Soul is one of those souls, like, it's the highest win rate soul in the game. You get such a big shield, you have so many resistances, especially on 3 tanks. This is a soul you do not want to lose here. Top lane, once again, is the 5th fight. They're going crazy. Heroic charge into the wall, popping up the W there from the Poppy. And, I mean, Taste isn't doing too bad, but I mean, he's 0-3-3. He's dead even with the Poppy in the counter matchup, but gonna have to build a cleaver soon here, because that's a full armor Poppy that you're not really winning against. As looks like, yeah, Nami is starting to build that Mikhail's, so it's gonna be a really nice addition in her pocket to keep this Corki up as much as possible. Full priority TFF, they really want this soul there, so they're gonna get the priority now at about 1:30. But Chrome alone is alone in the mid lane, so gonna have to be really careful of that pick potential. And GCCE, they're gonna keep getting that mid lane priority here. Once again, it's a lot of fist fighting in the top lane, but ping's coming through. They're kind of pinging this Baron a little bit here. They're kind of being a little weird, but the rest of the team, they're kind of just walking around, just waiting for this Drake, not too sure what to do.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely at a stalemate right now, but I mean, with the tier 1 turret still online for GCCE, that's definitely what would be the apple of my eye if I'm TFF right now. I'm probably looking to maybe leverage giving a Drake to get this mid lane turret instead.
Yeah, I mean, TFF, they have they have a little flexibility to give that Drake, but really, like, obviously, like, you knock down the tier 1s, that's a lot of extra space you have. Kawaii, that's a little ambitious, buddy. The dash in like that to the Sejuani with no follow-up. So gonna have to be a little careful there, as it's gonna be 5 members for TFF here for this Drake.
A-ramming again.
Teleport's a little sus, buddy, as he's gonna go in there now.
Oh, we're fighting.
Jesus, he's going in. He's gonna get chunked like crazy. That's a 4-man stun.
Oh my god!
Wave as Corki's going in. He's doing so much damage. Public execution, triple kill going over to this Corki. He's gonna get taken down by the Poppy, but he will do all that he can for his team, as Cyclone is all by himself. No slows, but the speed up from the Nami is there, as he's trying to get out of dodge. But the team fight win for GCCE, as the layering of CC comes down, and they will pick up this Drake that TFF have left for them.
I mean,
the
start of that fight was sus.
Oh, is he winning? Oh, he's not. He is not. He almost died. But Drake will be claimed here.
That was the most sus fight I've ever seen in my life, and I mean, they really just kind of went for it for GCCE, and luckily it worked. But I definitely like getting that Mountain Drake on the board, simply because I feel like that's a very valuable Drake for characters like Poppy and Nautilus,
Yeah, like, I don't even know how to, like, describe that team fight. Like, it was just such a... I don't even know. It was like they just all grouped up, like, really tightly, and then they just got CC layered like crazy. Like, that, the layering was so good. Like, we see why Perfect Timer has this Nami banned against him the first 3 games here. So now we see it in action, and like that team fight was just like almost like picture perfect. from GCCE. Oh wow, Frost. That's a lot of damage. That just as I say that he just immediately gets out traded with 2 abilities. So a little bit of a roughie there, but I mean it's a 3 point, yeah, almost a 4K goal lead in favor of GCCE. I mean, again, it's still all on the Corki, but with this Trundle, I mean, he puts a subjugate on the Sejuani, she just becomes as brittle as paper, and she gets completely shredded there. Nami is, I mean, she's been on these like, oh, there we go. Oh, no, she went for a redemption. What? Okay. Okay, goes for the redemption. So, extra team fight healing. Not too bad, not too bad. But, gonna have to get them Mikhails eventually, buddy. But
I mean,
now,
I don't hate it. I mean, if you remember, like, health.
oh,
Whoa, that's a lot of damage for
it's gonna
Frost.
be minus.
Holy shit!
Frost gets his revenge here
Oh, wow.
on Cyclone. Finally, it only took about 26 minutes, but he picks up that solo kill there. Has the Malignance and the Shadow Flame, so he's pumping out a lot of damage. Also having the tier 3 Merc Treads, Heroic Charge in the top lane, doing a lot of damage. And yeah, I mean, it does a little damage, runs away. Full armor Poppy, but oh man, that's finally getting his get back there for after so many trials in the mid lane. 5k gold lead for GCCE as they're going to try to take advantage of this 4v5 for the next 5 seconds here as the bubble almost lands on top of the Sejuani.
Ay, ay, ay. I mean, GCC, he just like fully surprising me. TFF fully looked so dominant in those first 2 games, and I thought this one, the first win for them was a fluke. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, just dodging dodgeball.
I mean, I thought it was a Jinx fluke, just Jinx scaling and a win the game. But I mean, I guess they just needed that Nami Corki bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you give Perfect Timer his best champion, and then you give the game to Kawhi Adams. Like last game, like you saw that, if you give the game in his hands, he will absolutely carry you to victory. And it's just like now, they really just have to kind of look to start up these fights. It's just so hard because they don't have really great engage. So they can't really start a fight. They kind of have to wait for TFF to play into them. So now, I mean, the game's slowing down a little bit. Baron is up. Mountain Drake spawning in about 1:15 here. So that's going to be the next big team fight. So now resets are coming through. This is going to be the next big team fight. Like, honestly, like, I think whoever wins this next team fight wins the game. Like, I'm just calling it right now. Because that... if you get TFF gets Soul, it's hard. It's not like impossible, but it's real hard to win against triple tanks. But for GCCE, it gives them a little buffer and it gives them so much more momentum because now this is a best of 5. Like the biggest thing with teams is like, can you keep that mental for 5 games possibly? Or like, do you just get completely demoralized after losing the first 2? But GCCE, like they're keeping it together for the most part here. Oh no, perfect time. You're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's gonna be the Dredge to the Lysandra. 4-man tidal wave here at the public execution into the back line. And Bessa is all alone between worlds used to try to dodge out as much as he can. But the Poppy is doing so much. Corki picks up the kill. Heroic charge in the exact same spot. Does have to flash to get over the wall, but it won't be enough. The Dredge line on the Trundle. He will be the last man standing, flashing away. The Permafrost used, but the pillar will stop the rest of the chase. And the team fight win for TFF, and they pick up the soul.
That is a critical mistake from GCCE, and it started with a caught out Nami. Is that just tragic?
It's so rough. Like, you see them coming, you see a Poppy, and like, you don't think in your brain like, oh man, I'm standing near a wall, I'm gonna get stunned. And he just gets stunned, the CC layers, gets his mid laner killed. And
I mean, that's why Poppy jungle is so good.
Thing.
I mean, jungle is just all walls. So, I mean, Poppy just thrives when she's in the jungle.
yeah, like, you know, they're in the walls, you know, they're in the walls. The Poppy,
Legitimately, man.
Lynxie just getting the picks there, and all the CC layering. Frost
I
wasn't even able to
mean,
use the Frozen Tomb or anything.
they're still holding down that mid lane turret, which I have to commend. Fight for this Baron, I think, will be juicy, but I wonder when the pin will drop, and they're setting up for it relatively early here, so maybe we'll see another skirmish here soon.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just Cyclone. Cyclone is strong. Chromalone is three and a half, 3 2/4 items right now, or 3 2/3 items right now. So he's real strong. Like now we're going into the late game. 3 items are coming out from everybody here. I suspect Mbessa should be getting. No, she will not. Yeah, she's really broke. But she should be getting her cleaver here soon enough. But 3 items coming out. We're in the late game now. At this point, you know, if any team fight is won, it's very decisive. So they really need to look to lock down these crucial carries in either Chrome or Cyclone and just burst them out.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely shall see. If they can crack this mid turret, it'll give them a little bit more gold in their pockets here for TFF. We see that back from Nautilus, but I mean, I think GCCE is still firmly in the lead, despite the fact that they lost that Drake, despite the fact that they lost a kind of messy fight there. I think if they team fight properly, they should be okay. But they gotta be positioning well together as a team. And they're just gonna start up the Baron.
They're just starting the Baron.
Okay.
They know where Sejuani is. They're gonna try to burst this thing down as fast as they can.
Nami,
They
you need to
don't
stop.
do it particularly fast. Perfect timer trying to zone him out. Singular Bread does have the dash to get over the wall. Is he gonna get over? He's gonna get hit with the tidal wave. Who's gonna pick up the Baron? And it's going to be Jesus Juice. At perfect timer, gonna get taken down by the Dinar, getting hit with the public execution in the backside. But Taste is all by his lonesome here. He's getting chased, double kill going over the Chrome alone. But so much damage, Corki! It just blows up the front line as Chrome alone. He's going in, but that's gonna be so much damage back on the Corki. He needs the triple kill going over to the Dinara. And the Baron was taken, but the lives of GCCE will get taken in return. No more Barons left. Frost, he's trying to run away as fast as he can, but he will live. And he will get that Baron empowered recall to defend the base. But 4 members down for GCCE.
I mean, I saw the positioning of Perfect Timer, and I know it's for quote-unquote zoning, but you're a Nami. You're not zoning anything, and if you are dead, you are of no use to the team, in my opinion. And they have these Void Grubs as well, so if they get these pushes together with no one to contest, it's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be a comeback.
Yeah, they just couldn't get the lockdown. Like, the Corgi does so much damage.
Yeah.
But there's no real front line except for the Trundle. But the Trundle has to stay on the Baron. So it's just really rough when you need to zone people out. But nobody is there to help, you know. Like, honestly, I thought Tay should have done it. Just because, you know, he's already kind of, like, down really bad. So, you know, it's not going to hurt too much if he's down bad more, you know.
Yeah.
Like, already finished that cleaver, so getting that little extra shred there. That's damn near a full build Corki. He has 5 full items here. Yunara starting to build her 5th also. Like, Corki is so strong, but it's just nobody is really there to help follow off Taste. He's dead. He's stunned into the wall. Between Worlds is used. The public execution will only be for him. As Singular Bread trying to get caught out, but the passive is up. He's not able to get slowed. Frost is looking to go forward here. Gonna have to be really careful with the CC chain as Adam looking to get that dredge line bubble landing right on top of him. And he will be able to just walk on out there. Adam does not have the flash to look to facilitate the rest of the engage. But the gold lead now going over to TFF despite GCCE picking up the Baron. Now the game is kind of just getting out of their hands here of the execution of all these team fights. Oh, they're going mid lane here. Singular Bread going forward. Glacial Prison onto Jesus Juice. Gonna put the Dredgeline on top of him. That's going to be a 3-man knockup. Frost is going to get taken down first. He's the first casualty of war here, but that's going to be Jesus Juice going in. Cyclone does have Between the Worlds. He's going to get all the damage off the Corky. He will get taken down. Chrome alone is going unstoppable. 2.1k Goldie TFF. That's going to be Lynxie going on forward there. The pillar will not be enough as Cyclone picks up another kill on the Perfect Timer. And that's going to be an 8-4-14 Cyclone absolutely balling out in these team fights with Chrome.
I mean, just insane work from TFF bringing them back
Oh,
here. Oh,
yeah, he's dead.
No.
Yep, Between Worlds, Ignite, Lynxie picks up that one. And the Elder is spawning here in 7 seconds. And now, if the Elder wasn't gone already, now it's definitely gone. The base going to get broken at 35 minutes here. And it's just spelling doom here now. That was like a, what? They're up like, what, 3k gold at one point? Now it's a 6k gold. It's almost a 7k gold swing here. TFF now firmly in the lead, and it's GCCE. This game just completely slipped through their fingers here, as even though Kawhi has the the lead over the Yunara, is just there's no real peel. You don't have any front line. It's just so hard for him to get uptime in these team fights.
I mean, just tragic to see those picks early. I don't even know what to say, man. It hurts to, it's so sad to see.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they get picked a couple times and they can't really come back.
Yeah.
Ah, singular bread. Yep, he's dead. Oh no, he's not. He's not actually gonna go for it. Despite having the Elder. So a little chunk there, but that's a big cooldown from Perfect Timer, Once again, like, he's just getting picked. Like, this is such a comfort champ for him, but he's just getting picked off so often there because you don't really have anybody there to take all the engage that TFF has. So now it's like whoever gets hit with a CC, they kind of just die. So now TFF, they have the Elder for 2 more minutes. That's gonna be Taste getting hit with the Glacial Prison, flash away. Dredgeline onto the Nami. The Tidal Wave will not land on anybody. Almost getting burned down with the Elder Drake, but the Redemption will be down just in time to keep him up. But that's a lot of cool. That's a good big team fight ultimate down for GCCE as sieging into that bot lane inhibitor tower. But right now TFF kind of just running GCCE around their own base here, as they're gonna have to be a little bit careful. Bubble not gonna land, the pillar going down, Dredgeline not gonna land onto the Corky, lots of poke damage going down, but they're gonna have to really give these objectives up for them, because they're going against an Elder buff, and Taste almost gets taken down with a single combination from Cyclone, as they get another wave bot lane here to knock down this inhibitor tower. They have the Elder buff for another minute, so they're gonna have to give this objective here so they don't lose again. As Adam's posturing, he's gonna get the Dredgeline onto the Corky. He's taking that man death charge as the Between Worlds is dropped down. The Elder Drake will claim the lives of 3 members of GCCE, and that will be spelling the end of the game here. Frost and Perfect Timer are the only ones left alive. They have the Tidal Wave now, but that should be the end of the game. Elder Drake up for 30 more seconds. That's going to be a pick onto Frost. He's going to use the Zonya's under the bait in his fountain, but it won't be enough. He's going to get taken down here. Elder Drake is despawned, as that's going to be diving. The fountain going to get executed, and that's going to be an execution of the Nexus as TFF get the 3-1 victory over GCCE Chronoshift.
Yeah, I mean, that was a definitely tragic end to the perhaps Silver Scrapes comeback for TFF, but I have to say it's not unprecedented. I mean, they did make a lot of mistakes there that were easily punished by GCCE, and you can't be mad at that. Banana Bread, what do you think of these stats?
It's so depressing because, like, Kawhi was up like 3k gold like the entire game, and at the end of the game he's down gold to the Yunara. Like the the team fights just weren't going their way. Like you said, like the mistakes, like this Mbessa couldn't really get unlocked, against that counter. You have no front line. Yeah, you have no real good engage. Like it's just so rough to see like a team. Like I always like, the underdog tale, but like but based on the standings, like TFF, they're the second seed coming out of the group stage, going into the playoffs, and it's rough to see that for GCCE to lose in a manner like this.